Good morning, YouTube. Hello everyone and welcome to the stream. How are you all doing on this Sunday evening slash afternoon, wherever you happen to be? I hope you're all doing well. Welcome Bailey Quinn, Excessive Observer, Vulcan Princess 97, Sexy Baphomet, Dim 302, MW 1642, Captain Seculoid, Mock Turtleneck, Def 3ATR, trying to see if there's anyone else. Nondescript, PHC, Gothy Lassie, Devious Chillster, Des Viper. Welcome, everybody. I hope you're doing well. Today we're going to be looking at, as the title implies, Sovereign Citizens. I was planning on starting on 4 today, but I decided before to do that. I took the time, and I have, hopefully it'll update soon, the YouTube channel where I post all this stuff, Hannah Reloaded. I have put everything into playlists. That's what I've been doing the last half an hour or so. So everything should be more organized. If you ever want to go back and watch any streams, you can watch, there's a playlist of just full streams, there's a playlist of only stream highlights, and then I have ones for, just Chud stuff, I have one for conspiracy theory stuff, and I have one for Sovereign Citizen stuff. So everything's more organized now. So hopefully, if you ever want to find any of the videos in the future, it'll be relatively easy for you, and they're all done by, newest first, and then it just goes back in terms of when they were uploaded. So if you haven't already, go ahead and subscribe there. I'm already up to 308 subscribers, which is great. I'd really like to get to 1,000 though over on YouTube. That way I can monetize videos and stuff. So even if you don't use YouTube that often, if you have an account, I would really appreciate a sub over there. Hello, Combat Tech Support, Grindle the Heck Doggo, if we are here. Welcome, welcome. So yeah, I don't know. I guess we should just get to the Sovereign Citizen goodness, shall we? Oh, thank you. This is actually the same shirt I wore yesterday. I haven't showered yet. Thank you, though. I do like this shirt. Baja Blast got it for me. I think it looks really nice. Hold on, let me stand up so you can see what it like. It kind of comes down into this thing. It's pretty cute. I think it was relatively cheap, too. I don't know if Baja knows where she got it, but she might be able to point you in a direction if you want to get one for yourself. So, let's get to the Sovereign Citizen stuff. Sovereign Citizen. And remember, everyone, if a cop pulls this stream over, we're not driving, we're traveling. Okay, so we have probably some playlists we can take a look at. I kind of wanted to look at some longer videos today in order to sort of get a greater idea of how these interactions tend to go outside of the last, 2 minutes where they smash the window or whatever. So let's see what we got. This is a whole playlist of Sovereign Citizen stuff. They're reliable for putting this stuff out. We've seen many of these before, but obviously not all of them. So let me turn this music off. You dang kids and your synthwave music. Eartholt says I'll sub on my 4 accounts. Why do you have 4 YouTube accounts? I guess I technically have 2. One is the shared one for Jake and I on Hannah and Jake, and then I have this new one where I do the stream archives, but that's about it, so. Oh, thank you, Hylian Derp, for saying I look lovely. Arcana Stamber Blackwell says, who's here after Ubisoft's abysmal failure to address its misogynistic work environment? Also, I'm sorry that my comment yesterday came off as trying to minimize the crimes of the Founding Fathers. That was never my intention. It's fine. I know you didn't mean that. It's okay. Did Ubisoft have their conference today? I know they were doing stuff, and a bunch of it had leaked prior from Assassin's Creed to the new Far Cry game. I like both the Assassin's Creed and the Far Cry games. I know Ubisoft is like, they use the same formula in all their games. Like, here's some towers or here's some bases to clear out in whatever game mechanic that they have in that game. But I like those games, so I don't know. So let's see what the sovereign citizens have to say today. I'm gonna start being someone who does that for intro videos. I think that sounds pretty good.
There's nothing funny about this.
What's the name of the YouTube channel? Tried searching Hannah Reloaded and it only pops up Hannah and Jake. Hold on, I'll link you to it. Thank you, McLippy, for 1,500 bits. I appreciate that. Supporting the channel. Thank you very much. There's the link to the YouTube channel in the chat. The leaks were absolutely accidental and were by no means meant to obfuscate their internal allegations of sexual assault and abuse. Yeah. It wouldn't surprise me, but it's a little conspiracy-y. Yeah, it's all one word. I actually just changed it right before this stream to have the space. So in the future, it takes a while for it to update across YouTube. So, from now on, in the future, it'll probably be Hannah Reloaded with a space, but it was all without a space before, which was not a wise idea on my part, frankly. Will I check out your new song? Maybe. Today we're doing Sovereign Citizen stuff, though. Thank you, Warrior Kai1, for following. Anyway, Sovereign Citizen. Oh yeah, I need to pop out the chat. Let me pop out chat real quick. There we go. No, I need a different chat pop out. 1 sec, and then we'll be good. I swear. There we go. Okay.
What up? We back again.
Oh God. It's like trashier Kevin Federline. Is that joke dated? Pretend I said that joke in 2007, so it's funny.
Some more motherfucking gangsterism ass, some shit. See, but yesterday they let me drive off, do what I had to do.
Oh, hi, Zara. How you doing?
What am I doing? Trying to live my motherfucking life. Let's see this one. Not this guy. This guy wants to steal my house. Wants to steal my shit.
I'm assuming he's living in his car, which is why he says the cop wants to steal his house. And that's unfortunate. This guy may have, like, some sort of addiction going on. He may have some sort... I don't know. But, regardless of that fact, he's gonna spout some nonsense about sovereign citizen stuff.
He wants to take my shit. The fuck did I do to this dude?
You were probably speeding. Or didn't have your car registration up to date.
It's gonna look good live on YouTube. Highway State Patrol officer stealing somebody's property. Thought my tax dollars went to protect my property, not have it stolen.
No offense, but you're living in your car. I doubt that much of your taxes are going anywhere.
Out from under me. This dude probably makes like, I don't know, probably $35 an hour. How much you make? $35 an hour?
I don't think cops get paid by the hour.
More than
I'm
that,
pretty sure they're salaried.
Fucking yeah. Harassing the poor people, dude. Look at this fucking bullshit, man. You see this motherfucking shit? If you're poor, this is what happens to you. Don't be poor, man. Fucking, don't be poor.
Now, we can talk about the fact that the cops tend to, how do I put this? over police poor areas, and they tend to act as almost an occupying force in those areas and will pull people over and arrest them more often than they will people in wealthy neighborhoods, despite the fact that, for instance, drug use amongst people in poorer neighborhoods and more expensive neighborhoods are roughly the same, but arrests are much higher in poorer areas. We can talk about that. But I'm assuming this guy legitimately was either A, speeding, or B, didn't have a registration. I've seen many of these sovereign citizen types straight up not have a license plate because they don't think they need one. They do. But I'd imagine what you are getting pulled over for is not some sort of systematic discrimination. You're a white guy driving a car. I don't think the cop is pulling you over for no reason.
I need your badge number and your name, officer. Badge number, name, officer.
Always with the shots of the disappointed girlfriend. Do you think she's thinking to herself, we should take bets on this? Not literal bets, because that's illegal, but I'd like to... What do you guys think? What are the chances that she, A, is against all this sovereign citizen bullshit, or B, is completely on board and is like, yeah, honey, you get 'em. You tell that copper.
Think I know my rights? Think you're fucking with? Need that pen. Badge number and name!
What street is this?
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Thank you to Wing the Ultimate Nug for 10 bits. That's she's thinking you think she's gonna think it'll work? Maybe.
28 like B-road. Look, he can't even give me, he don't even want to give me his badge number and name. That's what a coward is.
Oh my goodness, dude. He'll probably give it to you when you come back. Police typically do. I have seen some of these videos where the shitbag cop doesn't give the badge name and or badge number and their name, which they are, I'm pretty sure they're supposed to do in most places if you ask. Typically, though, pragmatically speaking, because cops are incredibly fragile, if you're going to ask for that, you at least want to be polite about it, though. It'll probably help cushion the impact to their ginormous cop ego. If you're like, excuse me, I'm sorry, but could I get your badge number and your name just for the record? Like, they'll probably give it to you. If not, not cool. But, like, shouting at them while they're running your plates, not a great way to go about it.
Did you take an oath to uphold the Constitution or not?
Oh, no.
Fucking dick. No badge number, no name. Just get out of the car. I need you to come back here and sign some of these tickets. You're not under... He said, I'm not being arrested, but I need to get out of my fucking car. So I'll just write down refusal for badge number and name? Right? You know you're liable for lawsuit right now. You are liable for a lawsuit.
Oh my goodness. All this yelling is
Stand
not
behind
helping
your car.
the situation.
Dude, you're bigger than me. You got a bulletproof vest and a gun. I don't have no guns or nothing in here. I have no weapons in here at all. Besides a pocket knife. So I thought my pocket knife was going to take on your, what do you got, a 45? Glock? Fucking dumbass. Break no laws. He just wants to steal. His only purpose right now is to steal my car.
The fact that he's jumping to the conclusion that he's going to seize his vehicle, which is different than theft. Let's make that clear. The police, whether you agree with this or not, do have a right, if you've broken certain laws or done certain things, to impound your car. You can get the car back, but it is something that they can do. Police have pretty broad powers in terms of seizing property under certain circumstances, like tons of unpaid parking tickets or many, many moving violations that you haven't shown up to court for. But not just if you're speeding, which makes me think this guy knows that there's something that's going to pop up when the cop runs his license or whatever. I'm gonna see if I can get to where the cop comes back.
All these people driving past me.
Come on. Oh, the cop got closer.
I'm freaking out.
Come on.
Broken no law.
Come
not
talk
under
to
arrest.
Kevin Federline. Here he comes. All right. Oh, no.
Hey, you think we can chat, man?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. You need to get out, okay?
Why's that?
First of all, we gotta issue your ticket,
You can do that from right here.
okay? And number two, we're towing the car.
Okay, so they are going to take his car.
You're
I'm
stealing my
curious
home, is what
why.
you're saying.
Well, it's an unregistered vehicle, okay?
What's your-
Yeah, you can't have an unregistered vehicle. And again, I hate these videos because it makes me almost feel bad for some of these cops. I don't. It's their job. They need to fucking deal with it. But you can't drive around in an unregistered vehicle. That's against the law. There are reasons that we have these laws. I'm not saying every law is just, but registering your vehicle is not one of the unjust laws. It's just a thing that we do to make sure that your car is identifiable in a variety of cases, whether there are accidents or if your car is stolen or whatever. There are about a million reasons that we have car registries. You can also register the car so that you have ownership records if you try to sell the car later. All kinds of things. You need to have your car registered.
Your badge number or name?
And even if you're living in your car does not count as your home. It is still considered a vehicle even if you are living in it. I'm pretty sure that's been ruled on multiple times. It's a gray area when you get to stuff like RVs, but actual, like, just cars, even if you're living in them, it's considered living in a vehicle, not making a vehicle your home.
You can't operate a...
What's your badge number and name?
Well, you can see my name right here. It's fenced.
I'm not looking at you, so. Let me see that. The other thing.
Okay. But the issue is you can't operate an unregistered vehicle on the roadways in Colorado.
You have that piece of paper. You have Colorado statute, state law right there in front of you.
You ever notice they always treat the white sovereign citizens much more kindly and more patiently than the black ones? Isn't that weird?
I'm not holding the statute in my hand, no.
I'm holding it. I happen to have all the statutes on me, so.
Ooh, he has
Just so
all
you-
the statutes. Do you have a giant law book in the back? I'd like to see it. Because normally, law firms will have legal libraries full of shelves worth of codes, and you have them all in your car? That's impressive. That's borderline TARDIS or Hartnell technology right there.
No.
Say that again?
I happen to have all the statutes on me, just so you know.
Okay, is that Colorado Revised statutes, or is that
You
something
bet.
else?
Yes, it is. Colorado Revised Statute. I
All
got them all
what
right
does it
there.
say?
Whoever under any color or any law, statute, ordinance, regulation, or custom willfully subjects any person in any state the deprivation of any right shall be found.
Deprivation. It's pronounced deprivation. If you can't pronounce the words in the thing you're reading, it's possible you don't understand it.
Fined under this title or imprisoned no more than 1 year or both.
Well, you're not being deprived of any rights.
You're trying to steal my home. I live in this car.
Okay, well...
And your home is is your home an extension to, or is your vehicle an extension to your house?
No.
No, it's not. Again, you can talk about this all you want, And if you feel that that needs to be changed, then you can lobby your congresspeople to do something and maybe pass a bill that says if someone's living in their car, then it needs to be considered a home in legal matters. But that's not what the law says. The cops aren't here to write the law for you. The cops are here, ideally, and again, I'm not saying this is usually the case, but the cop is there to enforce the law as written and it has been interpreted by the court. It's not their job to say to you, oh, it's your home? Well, I gotta let you have it then, because that's not what the courts have found.
Oh, I got room to, oh, you're wrong, sir.
You don't have the right to drive a vehicle in Colorado. It's a privilege.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, it's a privilege.
Hold on.
Why is your vehicle not registered?
Because I read the law, and the law says I don't have to.
Oh, I hate when they do this. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. No, you haven't read the law. You have probably read a book or a YouTube video by a grifter who has specifically pointed out one piece of the law when read on its own sounds like it says that you don't need to register your car. But if you actually take the entirety of the code into consideration, it says, no, you need to register your car. Not in exactly that many words, but surprise, surprise, people aren't registering their cars just for the fun of it. It's because you legally have to do it.
No, you have to have your vehicle registered.
For instance, I'll give you an example here. My car is on my private property, and it's been broken for about 2 months. I'm hopefully going to get it fixed soon. Especially with all the help from you fine people here on Twitch. Ding. But I didn't get the registry re-upped. And that's fine as long as it sits here on my private property, although I am accruing more expense as it's going to go up. It's gone up as I've been waiting to re-register it. But before I go and get that fixed and take it off my private property, I'm going to get the registry renewed. I'm going to have Baja Blast drive me down to the DMV in order to, thank you, Wing Ultimate Nug 100, fix it for 100 bits, fix that car, thank you. Before I move that car off this property, I'm going to have Baja Blast drive me in her legally registered car down to the Secretary of State and get the renewal. Because I am aware you cannot have your car set tire on a public road without registry and insurance and proof of ownership, which is basically what the registry helps do too, because there's like through the Secretary of State in Michigan, like your registry, if the number on it, if they put it into their like police computer, it can say who owns the car and whatnot, and it'll have my name on it.
It's the law. You think it's okay to?
Yeah, I said DMV. I said DMV because in TV shows a lot, they have DMVs in certain states. I think it's the DMV in California, and that's why a lot of TV shows and stuff, they talk about the DMV. So in my head, I always, like, replace Secretary of State with DMV, even though that's not what it is. Fake Michigander. Yeah. I actually don't know how many states have a DMV versus a, like, Secretary of State versus something else. I don't know if other states call it something different, but...
Freeload and not pay?
I pay my taxes. I don't freeload. For one, I own my own business. I own my own company.
Is your company that which sells meth to people in trailers? Because I feel like you're not having high executive business meetings with people. Maybe I'm stereotyping. I shouldn't do that, but he seems a little bit like a meth dealer.
Okay, well, registration goes to pay for the maintenance of the highways. So you're using
the gas taxes go to make the
benefit, but you don't want to pay.
How is that? How I buy my vehicle, I pay for the gas, I pay for the insurance.
So what do you think registration fees go for then?
What do you think gas taxes go for then? Why do you think gas is so high?
Well, that's part of it.
You guys are suck. You guys make me sick. You guys look at this. You guys have got the biggest gang going on in the United States. You got.
I don't even disagree with what this guy's saying here in terms of labeling the cops as more or less a legal gang. I completely understand where he's coming from. But I would not, maybe I'm just pragmatic, I don't know, but in front of the cop, on the street, where they could probably murder you and get away with it, is not the ideal place to air these grievances toward a cop. I don't know. Maybe I like not having extra holes in my body a little too much, but it just seems like not the best move to me.
Organized crime going on. You got officers out there murdering people. You got your task force runs around here like it's fucking crazy as fuck, man.
Well, you're the one that's escalating this. We're just trying to issue you a ticket and move on.
You can issue me. The officer yesterday issued me the ticket from right here, just the same way.
Okay, but we're also going to tow the vehicle.
Well, I guess you're taking my home with me in it.
Well,
You can't tow a car with someone still in it. That's illegal.
It's going to happen today.
Really? You're gonna have to pull that pistol out on your hip and shoot me.
Oh, God. Can you imagine? I mean, even though this guy's white, can you imagine telling a cop to pull out their gun and shoot you as if they don't already want to look for an excuse? Bad call.
You want to get shot over...
Over my home, yes. I am so sick and tired of you people fucking stealing my shit. I'm not doing it.
Who stole your stuff?
Let's see. You guys have... You know how many cars you guys have stolen from me here in Mesa County?
I've never met you in my life, so...
It doesn't matter. You work for the same agency that does it.
Anyone who's just getting here, I'm putting the YouTube channel in chat where I upload
Do you know what
all
Liberty
my
is?
streams and
You're
highlights.
right. I don't have the privilege to drive.
Check that
I
out
am
and
at liberty to
subscribe.
drive. There's a difference.
I put everything in playlists.
Do you not
so it's
protect our
easy to
liberty,
get
sir?
through now.
Right, nowhere in the
Do
Constitution...
you protect our liberty, sir?
I swear to...
I'm pretty sure the courts have actually said that no, the cops don't do that. The cops are not here, legally speaking, to protect the citizen. They're here to protect property and to make sure that laws are carried out. So they are not here to protect and serve, as you might think.
uphold the Constitution, and nowhere in the Constitution does it talk about
Liberty?
driving a vehicle on the roadways.
It doesn't need to. It talks about liberty.
Well, we're talking about the Constitution. It doesn't say anything in there about a vehicle. Okay?
And why is that?
Why doesn't the Constitution talk about my car? Why doesn't the Constitution, written in the 1780s, not include a section about rights in terms of cars? It's a mystery historians I don't think will ever figure out. What a shame.
Why do you get away with that?
You have liberty. If you get out, take your ticket, we'll tow your vehicle, and you'll move on with your day. Okay? That's your liberty.
Oh, that's my liberty.
Yeah.
Sounds like a threat to me.
No, you come out, get your ticket, and be on.
Oh, will I?
You're the one that wants to escalate the situation.
I'm not escalating anything, sir. You're trying to steal my home. 14th Amendment, Article 1, Section 1. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and...
That's the one that undid slavery, right? That has nothing to do with automobiles. There also weren't automobiles in the 1870s to the 1890s, whenever. Let me see when the 14th Amendment was ratified. (1868). There you go. There were not cars quite yet. Getting closer, not quite.
and subject to the jurisdiction, therefore, are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they shall reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abide the privileges or immunities of the citizens of the United States. Nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property
Okay.
without due process of law.
My bad. I had the amendment wrong. Sorry.
You have not given me a reason why you want to steal my vehicle, sir. Or
I was
deny any
one
person
off.
within the jurisdiction of equal protection of the laws, sir. From the Constitution, sir.
Driving a vehicle is not in the Constitution.
You're right, sir, because there wasn't vehicles at the time of the signing of the Constitution, was there, sir?
Okay, jokes aside, Obviously, there weren't cars. But there were vehicles. Like wagons existed, coaches existed. These are things that existed at the time. And the Constitution doesn't lay out any sort of, like, laws in terms of personal conveyance. It's just not a thing they covered, because they left stuff like that down to the states. Even today, most laws in terms of, like, vehicle registration, whether or not you have to go get your vehicle inspected every once in a while, these are at the state level. The federal government stays out of that shit, more or less. So, the Constitution never has anything to do with whether or not you have a right to own a car. You don't. Let me rephrase. You have a right to own a car and drive it on your own private property as much as you want. Farmers do this sometimes. They'll have a vehicle just for their farm, and even some states that are have a lot of agriculture will say that they can drive within like a 5-10 mile radius of their house, and they don't need to be registered as long as they're using the vehicle for farm business, like going into town, whatever. But if you have a vehicle in the United States and you're taking it out on public roads and you aren't a farmer using that vehicle for farming business, you need to be registered and you need to follow the laws of the state. Driving is a privilege. It is not a right. And driving is traveling if you're traveling in a car.
What other modes of transportation are mentioned in the Constitution then?
Then you will obviously know that a horse-drawn carriage has just as much right on the highways, byways, and passageways as a vehicle does.
Is a horse-drawn carriage mentioned in the Constitution?
Where are you at?
Okay, sir, if you need refreshing on something you took an oath to uphold, then I guess I will refresh your
You
memory.
don't ask questions I already know the answer to, so that's kind of proving a point here.
You're trying to tell us what?
Horse-drawn carriages are not in the Constitution either.
True.
No, I'm over here on
So then why are we even having this conversation?
the road, right?
Yeah, that's probably what the cop's thinking too. Why are we having this conversation? We gotta tow your car. Get out.
Because you seem to think you have a right that you don't really have.
Really? And who's taking my right?
You don't have it. He just said that.
Have you taken my right, sir?
Nobody's taking your right.
You are stepping outside your boundaries of authority right now, and you are liable for damages.
What damages? You would need to show damages, which theoretically, if let's say owning a car or whatever was a right, it's not. But let's imagine for a second that in the Constitution, the founding fathers had the foresight to say, one day if there are vehicles that are powered of their own volition via internal combustion, you have a right to that vehicle. Whatever. You would still need to show that the cop has damaged you in some way by taking that, and there would still be laws probably about whether or not you need to register your car or pay taxes on that vehicle. Right? Like, the Constitution guarantees you have the right to, let's say, privacy in your home. This is my house. I bought it a couple years ago. I love having a house. It's great. The Fourth Amendment says the cops can't come in and search my house or whatever. And the cops, and it stops any unwarranted search and seizure, which means they can't search and they can't seize your property without some sort of legal reason to do so, often in the form of a warrant signed by a judge. Now, we can talk all day about how the cops sidestep that with, like, civil forfeiture bullshit, but it doesn't mean if I don't pay my mortgage every month, the cops can't come in and take me out of the house and have the bank seize right? It's a similar thing. Same thing if I don't pay, let's say, property taxes. I pay property taxes. I have it escrowed into my mortgage, but nonetheless, even if I didn't, I would have to pay property taxes because Michigan has property taxes. Some states do not. If I don't pay that for a long enough period of time, the city can put either a lien on my house, or if it's high enough, they can outright take my house. This is a thing that happens. The United States and the states within it are sovereign, which means, and let's talk about this a little bit, because we talk about sovereign citizens a lot, but I don't think we've ever talked about actual sovereignty. Sovereign literally means a supreme ruler, especially a monarch. Of course, we're talking about the United States, so we're just talking about supreme ruler. The United States is sovereign because it is the ultimate authority within the purview that it has scoped out as its property. If you're in the 50 states or any of the, territories owned by the United States, you are under the law of the sovereign United States. Sovereignty means that they are in charge. You know why they're in charge? It's not because of some magic thing. It's not because they signed the Declaration of Independence, right? It's about what happened after that. The war they fought. Sovereignty is basically whoever the most powerful person is in the room. And in the United States, the most powerful person in the room is the federal government. Now, underneath the federal government, you also have states that are sovereign in their own right in many ways, but they still answer to the federal government. That's what the Supremacy Clause of the Constitution is. Thank you, Nimnix, for continuing your subscription. An individual can never be sovereign unless they are literally a monarch or dictator of an entire nation. You cannot be a sovereign citizen because you have no power to back up your sovereignty. The United States is not sovereign because of a piece of paper that says so. They are sovereign because people representing the government of the United States fought a war over it and backed up their claim with force. Now, we can also talk about the consent of the governed and how that folds into a nation's sovereignty. You could argue if enough people in the United States decided that the federal government was unjust or whatever, and they decided to take up arms or something and overthrow the government, then the United States would no longer be sovereign, because again, by force, they have been undone, right? So, an individual cannot be sovereign unless you literally think you can take on the entirety of the United States government alone. It's impossible. The idea of a sovereign citizen is an oxymoron. You cannot be sovereign and be a citizen. These are incompatible concepts. Okay.
Not one of these officers, we're streaming live here, not one of these officers have offered their name or badge number. They're standing out here like a bunch of gang members trying to hijack my vehicle. Under U.S. Code 42 and 18, when you are detained without your consent for violating a statute, you have just been kidnapped.
You violated a statute.
The Declaration of is the Declaration of Independence in the Constitution?
No, it's not. Those are different things. The Declaration of Independence was signed during the Revolutionary War. The Constitution was written years after, because the first document in order to I don't know if everyone knows this. Let's talk about it a little bit. I don't know how bad your history classes were. So the Declaration of Independence was signed. The War of Independence was fought against Great Britain. In that time, we had what was called the Articles of Confederation. More or less, it was sort of a proto-constitution that tried to outline what the government would do, its powers, and how they were delegated. It wasn't working out very well. I don't know the specific reasons. I think part of it had to do with lack of federal power. I think it had to do, it was difficult to do currency across the states because of it. The states were basically too independent. It became difficult to get everyone on the same page because of the lack of federal powers. So once that didn't work, they came together for the Constitutional Convention. This is what you see. You see a lot of paintings of this shit. A bunch of old white dudes who own slaves came together and were like, all right, we got to come up with a new document. This is like years after independence has already been fought for and won. And the Articles of Confederation had been the law of the land for years. For years. I think it's like 7 or 8 years. Something like that. Let me look it up. Articles of Confederation. Articles of Confederation. 1777. When did it go away? The Articles of Confederation, it was approved after much debate, 1777. 1781, it was ratified by all 13 states. A meeting was set 1787, 1789. So from 1781 to 1789, about 7 years, the Articles of Confederation was the document that said what the government's role was. Thank you, Her Spooniness, for continuing your subscription. Thanks for being awesome, Hannah. Thank you for being awesome. I really appreciate it. So that was the thing. But of course, it wasn't working out, so they brought them in for the Constitutional Convention. If you've seen Hamilton, you remember this part. He goes, I was chosen for the Constitutional Convention. I was chosen, you know. He's all excited. This was after the Articles of Confederation had basically fallen flat on their face. They failed. So then they came together and wrote the Constitution. So this guy has just asked, is the Declaration of Independence in the Constitution? Not knowing that, no, they were years and years apart from each other and were totally different things. The Declaration of Independence, from Nicolas Cage burglary fame. We have to steal the Declaration of Independence. Which I've seen. It's actually very cool. You can go see it in Washington, D.C. I wouldn't be surprised if the one they actually have out for you to see isn't the real one. But either way, if it is a replica, it's an amazing replica. And it's very cool to see. It was just the government of it was just the Continental Congress sending a letter to the King of England, King George III, to say, hey, no, we're not a colony anymore. We're not going to be ruled by you. Here are our grievances. Here's why. Adios. Come fight us if you want. Then, of course, you have all the people signing it. John Hancock, everyone else. Then the Articles of Confederation happened. And then 7 years after that, the Constitution finally came to fruition.
Declaration of Independence in the Constitution? No.
No, it's not.
Those are two separate documents.
So the Declaration of Independence has no standing authority in this country.
Well, we've been talking.
The Declaration of Independence doesn't. See, the Declaration of Independence is great as, like, a tool. It's cool as, like, a thing to see where the minds of the Founding Fathers were at in terms of, like, we, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish blah, 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 blah. It's cool. But it's not a legal document that tells you exactly what the laws of the country are. It's basically a mission statement for what they want the country to be. Declaration of Independence. Let's take a look. I can't read that shit. Gotta get it. The National Archives. Yeah, I've seen it at the National Archives. It's very cool. Where are the... Let's read a little bit. Here we go. When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and the nature of God entitle them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the cause which impel them to the separation. Is this the beginning? I thought it started with, like, no, hold on. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, and when I meet Thomas Jefferson, I'm going to compel him to include women in the sequel. I'm listening to Hamilton a lot, sorry. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles, and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Prudence indeed will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes, and accordingly all experience has shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer when evils are sufferable than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. But when a long train of obtuse and usurpations, I know how to read English, pursuing invariably the same object envious as a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, woo, doing well today, it is their right and their duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards for their future security. Such has been the patient suffrage of these colonies, and such as, you get it. It's not literally saying these are the laws of the United States. It's literally a letter to the king saying, hey, we are going to secede from you, more or less. And these are our ideals. This is why we're doing it. It's not a legal document in the way that the Constitution is. The Supreme Court, for instance, rules on matters of constitutionality. But they will never, and have never, ruled on a matter of whether or not it is in line with the Declaration of Independence, because the Declaration of Independence is not a legal document. It is a historical document, but it's not legal in the same way the Constitution is. It's a, yes, Soily One, it's a declaration. It's Michael Scott coming out into the office and going, I declare independence! It's not a legal document. It's literally just being like, fuck you, King George. Suck our collective slave-owning cocks.
Talking about the Constitution, so now you're jumping somewhere else.
Oh, well, you're trying to steal my vehicle. What would you do?
You can get your vehicle back. It's not about stealing your vehicle.
You have the title to my vehicle. You haven't given that back to me yet.
This officer tried to give it back to you, but you...
No, he didn't. He did not try to give it back to me.
He asked you to step out, and you wouldn't step out. So
That's not trying to give it back to me.
That was your choice.
That's trying to trick me out of something.
That was your choice.
Okay. Well, looks like we're going to have a long day.
This whole interaction is your choice right now.
No, yeah, that's my choice. How is it my choice?
Because you're being confrontational. Again, if you disagree with something an officer does, great. Make sure you record. I still think you should record if you have any interactions with the police. That is a good idea. But I don't think it's a particularly good idea to be confrontational on the day. If you believe that the cop has behaved unconstitutionally or against some law, you take the video of the interaction and you go to a lawyer. Because you're never going to convince a cop to their face that they're doing something wrong, even if they are. And cops do things wrong all the time. That's why you need lawyers. And unfortunately in this country, lawyers cost a lot of money, so justice is sort of out of reach for a lot of people in our society that can't afford to get representation legally. Because representing yourself in court pro se, which is a little redundant because pro se literally means representing yourself without a lawyer, not a great idea. So that's why we need systematic police reform. We need to make sure that if police are doing something wrong, that it's not on the onus, to make sure the onus is not on the citizen to have to get a lawyer in order to rectify the situation. There should be basically a board, probably run by citizens in each community, that can look at footage from whatever interaction you're talking about, whether it be footage captured by the citizen or whether it be by body cams, which are very important. We should get body cams on every cop, and they shouldn't be able to turn them off. Excuse me. And that footage should immediately, like, be transferred to some server somewhere that cops don't have access to, and if that footage disappears before it can be uploaded, then it should be some sort of charge for the cop. The system's broken, but the answer isn't to scream at the cops.
You didn't want to get out.
So what are you saying? I'm under arrest now? Am I under arrest?
Nope.
Okay.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Simpotent with 100 bits, love you. Thank you very much. Love you all too.
What business do you own?
Scarrow's Rare Books.
Scarrow's Rare Books?
Yep.
Just do like online stuff or what?
I got books that are 200 years old that you guys ruined.
No, but do you have a storefront, or do you like sell them online, or how do you?
Actually, my storefront was destroyed by the Delta Police Department, which is they're being charged with damages too as well.
So it sounds like you had a bad experience with another law enforcement agency, and now
No. Get it wrong, sir. You know perfectly well that.
You've never met any of us before.
Really? You meet one, you meet them all.
I'm gonna be honest. I am shocked this guy owns a bookshop. He didn't strike me as antique book guy. Maybe if you actually bought some law books and, like, read them in their entirety and not just sections that are pointed out to him on the internet, he'd have a better time. I don't know who
Y'all have the same attitude, like
who in the pool had this guy's a bookshop owner. Honestly, I don't think anyone, right? We were on track for meth dealer, not bookseller. Quite interesting.
you guys are privileged, like you guys run shit, man. You are a servant. You took an oath to uphold, and you guys are over here trying to steal people's shit, man. Why are you trying to steal my vehicle? My home. This is my home.
So you live in this vehicle.
Yes, I live in this vehicle.
So why don't you have it registered so you don't have any issues?
Because they won't let me register it.
Why not?
I don't know.
That's definitely a lie. No one's not gonna let you register a vehicle.
As
long as it is a street legal vehicle, you can register it.
5 trials. Arapahoe County, Garfield County, Mesa County, Delta County, Gretchen Larson, Judge Gretchen Larson. I don't know what else to tell you, man. I'm just gonna uphold my right. Do I have the right to oh wait, I'm not under arrest, right?
I never said you were.
So I don't have the right to remain silent right now.
I think the cop would honestly love if you would exercise your right to remain silent. That'd be great.
So, search and seizure. You know all about that one, right? Right? You're seizing my vehicle for what reason?
It's not registered.
You're operating an unregistered vehicle on the public roadway in Colorado. If you're on private property, this wouldn't be an issue, but you're not. You're on a public roadway. See the difference?
Oh, no, I don't.
That's an honest answer. He doesn't get it.
There it is. Oh, he left. He left.
He's laughing. He's thinking it's funny.
Yeah, they think this is funny. They're fucking harassing me.
They think it's funny because... Oh, God. Again, no offense to this guy, but you're not representing yourself in the most intelligent manner. You are misquoting laws. You're implying that the Declaration of Independence is part of the Constitution when it is not. You are acting like you know the law when you don't. And you're coming off as kinda crazy. That's why they're laughing. And it's why we're laughing, too, for the record.
Fucking terrorizing me.
He looks a little bit like Skinny Pete from Breaking Bad. Like his brother.
You want to try to work on a compromise here?
What would that be?
Come out, get your ticket, and be on with your day.
Nope.
We won't tow your car. You got it on film.
So if I get out, come get my ticket. Why is that? Why do I need to get out and come get my ticket then?
Because the way you're acting, I don't feel comfortable.
You don't feel comfortable. Look at how am I acting? Look at how many officers are standing around my vehicle waiting for me to get out with their arms crossed. You know what?
I don't know if I believe this cop, because why would he have him come out of the car to accept the ticket? I almost feel like this cop, because again, I don't necessarily trust cops. I almost feel like this cop is lying just to get him out of the car. Could be wrong. Maybe the cop is being nice and saying like, hey, please get your car registered, but this is where you are. This is where you're living. I hope that's the case. I really hope this cop isn't straight up lying to his face. Cops can lie to you if you don't know. I'd like to think at this point everyone knows, but cops can lie to you. Nothing they say has to be true.
You know what? You know how many times I've been in this situation?
Thank you, Sushi Mom. Baja got this for me.
What did he say?
All right.
Some faith in you.
Yep. So just come out, get your ticket. We won't tow your car.
This doesn't make any sense.
So you don't want to do that.
Can you not see how confused I am right now? You're trying to get me. So what you're trying to do right now is you're trying to get me to give you jurisdiction over me.
They already have jurisdiction over you. They already have it. For some reason, sovereign citizens believe that as long as you're in your car, again, this is going to be like flat earthers, where depending on the sovereign citizen, you're going to get an entirely different set of incorrect beliefs. But many of them believe that as long as you are in your vehicle, they somehow don't have jurisdiction over you. Not the case. Of course they have jurisdiction over you. You'll also see this with some sovereign citizens when they are asked, like, do you understand? When they are told instructions by the police, they'll say, no, I don't stand under. Because some of them believe that if you say yes to them saying, yes, I understand, what it really means is, yes, I stand under, which is somehow a verbal contract in order to give them jurisdiction over you, even though you haven't signed a contract, because they think you need a literal contract in order to be under the jurisdiction of the government in which you reside, which is not the case, of course.
It's a trap.
Entrap me into.
How long have you been a sovereign citizen, or been going along with those ideologies?
Those ideologies?
Yeah.
Why were they? What makes them ideologies?
Does he not know what an ideology is? It's an ideology because it's a thing you believe. It's like a set of beliefs you hold. They're ideas in your head that you have about something. It's an ideology.
Because they're not based in reality.
Oh,
entirely.
so anything the previous presidents ever said is based out of unreality?
I said
That's not a straw man at all.
entirely. I didn't say that it's not at all, but entirely no. Just step out, get your ticket, and we'll be on with our day. Okay?
That doesn't make sense to me, man.
It doesn't have to make sense to you.
Yes, it does. For me to enter into any kind of contract, I have to knowingly, willingly do that. And you're trying to get me to enter into a contract right now.
What do you think's going to happen if you get out?
I don't know. It's a verbal contract, so I'm unable to read the fine print. Because the fine print is in your head, not in mine.
That's not how contracts work. If you were making a verbal contract with someone, you can't... And again, bear in mind, of course, all this, like, getting out is somehow signing a verbal contract. It's not. If you are making a verbal contract with someone, which is a thing, that person can't think of things in their head without saying them out loud and then say later, "Aha! This was in the fine print. It was in my brain." That's not how verbal contracts work. I'm not a fucking judge. I'm not a lawyer. Don't take anything I say as legal advice, but I am telling you that is not how verbal contracts work. Emo Rimiku, thank you for following. Imagine if I was like, with you, I'm like, hey, let me give you $5. This is a verbal contract. And you're like, really? And I go, yes. And I hand you $5. And then later I go, oh, you owe me $5,000. And they go, what? Why? And I went, because we had a verbal contract where I said I would give you $5, but the fine print in my head said it was a loan with an exorbitant interest rate. That's not how anything works.
Exactly whatever we decide on with actual words coming out of our mouths.
No interaction with human beings has not you don't. Yeah. So any interaction you have with me is for your benefit.
I really doubt the cop is feeling that any of the interactions that have happened so far are to his benefit.
For some reason. I mean, why would you have me get out of the car if I'm not under arrest? If you're not towing my vehicle, I'm not under arrest. You just want me to have paperwork, which can be slid through the door right here.
I do agree with him there. I think the cops are lying to him, and they either plan on arresting him or just keeping him out of the car so they can tow it, even though they're now saying that's not what they're going to do.
It doesn't make sense to me. Especially since I'm sovereign and I'm you know what I mean? You guys consider us enemies.
You are not sovereign. Sir, do you have an army that can defend against the United States military? No? You're not sovereign. Sorry to tell you.
For some reason.
No, I actually, I've had quite a few good conversations with people that claim to be sovereign citizens, and they're pretty productive conversations. This one's the least productive I've ever had.
Okay, well, that's nice.
And on some level, I can agree with a lot of the frustrations you have with government, okay? I do my job to keep people safe.
There's nothing funny about the tools of
Mock Turtleneck, thank you for the 100 bits. Mock Turtleneck says, this cop is probably regretting not finding any black people to pull over to meet his monthly quota. True.
And I haven't hurt nobody.
Well, you have a revoked license, which means that you haven't proven to somebody that you...
Oh, I've proven 5 times. And that, you know what I've gotten 5 times from the judges? 5 different judges. I don't know why. So they don't know why is not a good enough answer for me.
So why is your license... Why'd they tell you for why your license is still revoked?
I don't know. I've never had a license, so I don't know.
Here's a fun tip. If you're committing crimes, don't admit them to the police. Yikes.
See, so you haven't proven that you can safely operate a vehicle.
Yes, sir. I got a permit. I got a permit when I was younger.
You've never had a license. Now you're saying you had a permit.
Well, a permit is not a license, is it, sir?
A learner's permit?
Yes.
If you have someone with you, it acts as a license, yes. If you follow the rules of it.
Okay, go back to 1997.
So, the fact that you don't have a license
1999.
means that you haven't proven that you can safely operate a vehicle, and I'm concerned about safety.
I bet you I can operate a vehicle better than you
I like
can.
knowing the fact that when a family of 4 drives by in their minivan, that all the other cars around them have proven that they can safely operate a 3,000-pound machine.
Okay, well,
You haven't gone through those steps, so how do I know that you're a safe driver if you haven't done that?
because you can see that I have driven, and you can see that I do have some kind of drive.
That's not how it works. There's a reason we set up licensing in every state in this country for driving. The standards are different from state to state because, again, licensing vehicles and drivers, you more so license drivers, you don't license vehicles, you register vehicles. But licensing drivers is a standard set by the states because that's within the purview of the rights of the states to do so. The federal government doesn't deal with that. So, every state you need to have a license, And that license is usually valid in all 50 states. If you're going to travel somewhere, you're fine if you get pulled over or whatever, because the states have agreements with each other that their standards are all up to snuff with one another, even though there are going to be some differences in terms of what's on the test. It's just a way of proving that you can drive. If anything, the licensing in this country needs to be tightened. It would be nice if every 5 to 10 years they made you go back and do another driver's test. That way there'd be fewer like 80-year-olds on the road who can't see and drive 20 miles under the speed limit or whatever. That would be nice. So it's really not tough to get a driver's license basically anywhere in the country. It's easy.
Driving record.
I've seen you parked on the side of the road.
Okay, well then see. I haven't seen you drive. So far, you're supposed to...
He has a license, though. He's so close to understanding why we have licenses. Correct. As an individual, there's no way you've seen everyone on the road around you drive before today. But we all assume you can because you have been licensed to do so, which is basically a certificate from the state that says, we checked, you can drive on public roads. Congrats, you're so close. You're so close.
Somebody else has, and that's why I got a license.
Yeah, why did he pull me over?
I'm guessing because you don't have registration on your vehicle.
So how is that reckless endangerment to the public? Safety.
I never said it was reckless endangerment.
Well, you're saying I'm a reckless endangerment to society.
No, I've said you've never proven that you can safely operate a vehicle.
So I'm a reckless endangerment to society is what you're saying.
You said you've never proven that you can safely operate
So what you're saying is you're classifying me as a certain kind of people.
No, I've just said you've never proven that you can
Racism.
safely operate a vehicle.
Driving a car without a license is not a race, sir. Oh.
It's as simple as that.
How do you know?
Words that are coming out
You
of my
said
mouth-
how do you know? You just said you didn't know if I could operate.
Is that the end of the video? That's a shame. I guess we don't get to know how that interaction ended. Anyway, so that's that video. We'll move on to the next one in a second. I hope you're all doing well still. We got about 120 people here. That's cool. Please watch this, Sovereign Citizen. Okay, we can watch that one. Give me a sec. Once again, I'm just going to be posting this periodically between clips because I want people to subscribe. This is my YouTube archive channel. I just put it in the chat. I'm trying to get to 1,000 subscribers on it so I can monetize my videos over on YouTube. So if you have a YouTube account and you like this content, check it out. I put everything into playlists. So at this point, you should be able to see stuff. We have, of course, a Sovereign Citizen playlist. We have a conspiracy theory debunking playlist. That's where I do stuff like Hans Wormhat and Flat Earth. We have Chud Watch, where I watch all sorts of, like, Chud videos, Sargon of Akkad, John Doyle, a lot of people like that. We have just full streams. We have a playlist just for the highlights. Yeah, so check it out. I gotta get some, like, custom channel art and stuff. And honestly, I probably even need to change the icon because, or I need to change the icon or I need to pay Sarah because she did that art for our D&D game. And I've just been using it for my icon on Twitch and on YouTube. And frankly, if I'm gonna use this for business purposes, I need to pay her. That's not fair of me to just use it like that. So, once I get paid, I gotta ask her how much she normally charges for stuff like that. Anyway, let's check out the next video. What do you guys think I should do for the custom channel art on here? Any ideas in particular? Because it'll come up, you know, like how YouTube channels do, where you get this, like, channel art thing. Anyone have any suggestions? Let me know. Hello, I'm Bibliophile. How you doing? Something with tinfoil? Maybe. Similar theme to the Twitch channel. Yeah. I could use the background for, like, you know, around, there's this, like, purple shit. I could do that with some different stuff on it, maybe. Hats, yeah. Alright, let's move on to the next video. This was sent by one of you in the chat. If you have any sovereign citizen videos that you would like me to cover, feel free to send them to me in the chat, and we can take a look at them. Bear in mind, it has to be Twitch TOS. It has to be okay with Twitch TOS, rather. So yeah, no murder or anything. Okay, let's take a second to look at this. We have a man in flannel and a hat and perhaps a gun holster. It's a little hard to tell. And he is standing on some binders, presumably because he believes that if he... Presumably because he thinks that if he steps foot in the court then has jurisdiction over him, even though, of course, that's not how it works. The court has jurisdiction over you if you've been called to testify, or if you've been called for some crime. They have jurisdiction over you. So it seems that he has tried to... It seems like he has tried to stand on books so as not to become under the jurisdiction of the court.
Lest any think I'm not here on time and before. This is what I stand on.
You're on time. Thank you.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
He's he's getting off though, so now I'm confused. MMO Addicted with 100 bits says the US police is sick. Until I researched more about it, I never knew how bad it was. Here we had one person killed by the police a couple of years ago, and 2 got long prison sentences for it. Over there it happens regularly, like the few policemen who have guns here have to write a specific report with reasons for drawing them afterwards, and if they were not threatened with a gun first, they get penalized. You do have to file use of force reports if you're in the police in the US. However, yes, it does happen far too often. The police in this country are not trained to de-escalate as they should, and they've been trained to think that everyone has a weapon all the time, whether it's a gun or a knife or whatever. It's like their first instinct to go for a gun. It's not good. It's real bad. They've basically been trained to see the populace as their enemy instead of people that they're supposed to be serving, and it's not good.
Come on, close. Feel my standing.
Okay, so he has... What does this say? Let me... Constitution of the United States. Okay, it's the Constitution. Pan over.
That'll do.
I don't know what the fuck that says.
Just the basics.
Zoom out. Equality and the 20 maximum. Hello.
Equity.
The video's like, it's text, but it's upside down in the video, so I gotta look upside down to read it.
And
Where are you from? Come on.
It's like,
20
no,
maximum.
not as, oh, in the Bible.
Come on, shall we? Time is
The Bible has nothing to do with legality in the United States. At least it shouldn't.
not on my side.
okay, well,
Your back
This
hurt?
is my standing.
Sorry.
Ecclesiastical Equitus Dead Center and in Constitution. And we'll see if they defy and deny all three. Morning to you, sir.
How you doing?
Holding the line?
I am now officially retired, by the way, so
Well, congratulations. You made
I
it
had
before
to,
this
I had
sucker
to go to court a
implodes.
while back, and they threatened me with 10 days in jail, and I said, well, I can spend 10 days in jail reading my Bible.
Yep.
And $100 fine they threatened me with, and I said, well, I probably got that in pocket change down in my sofa. So they postponed it. Actually, they delayed it.
What is he doing?
Can we see your sign, honey?
No hunting or trespassing under the penalty of law equity.
Ladies and gentlemen, what you're witnessing is the Montana natural man at his best.
The Montana natural man at his best.
Appreciate your support, you guys. I have to maintain my standing here.
I still been needing to.
Does he think legal standing literally means standing on the law? Because that's not what legal standing is. Oh, gross.
I see a sheriff deputy.
I find the idea of handkerchiefs these days disgusting. I understand in the past when there weren't readily available alternatives, like if you need to blow your nose, you need something to blow your nose in. So I get the idea of handkerchiefs a long time ago. But nowadays, when you can get like a pack of Kleenex, maybe just do that instead of having a disgusting snot rag in your pocket.
At least a handkerchief is reusable and you're not killing a bunch of trees.
Yeah, no, I'm not using a handkerchief.
Kleenex is the exact opposite of environmentally friendly.
MMO addicted, thank you for continuing your gift sub. I'm still not going to use a handkerchief, it's gross.
I'm not asking you to. You just think that people shouldn't be using them still because it's an old-timey thing, but it's not.
It's mostly an old-timey thing. People don't usually use them anymore.
Environmentally conscious people do.
Okay. That's not most people.
Didn't say it was.
Okay.
In my property about once every 3 or 4 years in my subdivision. And Stormy, the last incident I had with her, she ordered him to do drive-bys. I was seeing sheriff deputies driving by my house about 5-6 times a day. That's why the county commissioners had to get rid of her, because she was costing the county too much money.
Spendthrift trust. That
I want to
means
know
that,
why he's here.
Something has to be created and then labeled a trust. Once the something called statute.
Shower is gonna fix my back.
Real quick, could you get me some more pop, please?
Yes.
Thanks.
Because you said
I know how this works.
Codes, acts of war, whatever you want to label it, is created and put in the entrusted form. Then the trust creators appoint trustees, beneficiaries, and executors. But it does nobody any good. There's nothing to be gained from the trust until money is put into the trust. And because the need to print money exists, or the need to generate revenue, create money exists.
What? Creating money isn't revenue. Is he talking about, like, the Federal Reserve and the fact that they, like, create money? That's not revenue. That's not what revenue is. Revenue is, like, when you have a business and you make money. It's not when you make money, it's when you make money, if that makes sense.
The need of room to keep it in the revenue stream, to keep moving on, so that more and more room is made, arises, so that those who appear to be in official position and you would think be fiscally responsible are actually charged with being fiscally irresponsible, and in hidden and surreptitious means cause the dischargement of as much financial loss as they possibly can. That is called a spendthrift trust, and it is in Black's 5th Law Dictionary, 1975 publication. I have researched it in depth. That is what corporations are. They are spendthrifts. This municipality is a corporation. It's never been a lawful American town.
I don't know where they get this idea
because
that municipalities and countries are corporations. I think it's because some laws use the term countries or corporate or federal corporations. And federal corporations don't literally mean, like, the government is a corporation. It's corporations run by the government. For instance, the FDIC. If you've ever been to a bank, you know what the FDIC is. The FDIC is the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. It's an insurance company that all banks use. If you have deposits in any bank up to a certain amount of money, I think it's $100,000 or something like that now, it will pay the bank out in insurance. So, like, this was created, I think, after the Great Depression, and there were tons of runs on banks. So basically, they had no liquid cash available, so people wanted to go to the bank and get their money, and they didn't have any because everyone had already gotten the liquid cash out of the bank. So if you had money in this bank, you're shit out of luck. The FDIC was created, the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, as an entity that is related to the federal government, but it operates as a corporation legally. This is what a federal corporation is. And of course, the FDIC is not the only one, but it's the one most people have probably heard about. So often sovereign citizens will read into laws that say something along the lines of, oh, countries, counties, and federal corporations, and they'll be like, wait a minute, this means that the government is a corporation because it's federal. No. Did you miss the fact that it said or? Federal organizations or federal corporations. Not that they're the same thing, that they are separate things. There are government entities, there are private entities, and then there are federal corporations that also exist. They're they're companies run by the federal government, basically. Let me see if I can just find a list of them. List of federal corporations. The Commodity Credit Corporation, the Corporation for National and Community Service, Corporation for Public Broadcasting, the Export-Import Bank of the United States, the Federal Agricultural Mortgage Corporation, Farm Credit Banks, Federal Crop Insurance Corporation, which if you're in a place with a lot of agriculture, you may have heard of. So there are tons of these, like, corporate entities that are run by the federal government. That's what a federal corporation is.
Constitutionally recognized forever, since day one, and was arisen as a corporation as a result.
Have I tried non-sweetened carbonated water as a replacement for soda? It worked out well for me, at least. I hate carbonated water. I think it's gross. I don't know why it is. Something about it just rubs me wrong. I already drink 0-calorie soda, so it's not doing a lot of calories. By the way, I'm like 1 pound away from losing 20 pounds so far, so yay me. I'm very close to the 20-pound mark. I have a lot to go, but nonetheless, I'm making progress, so that's nice.
There was an organic de jure state. Everything within this trust called Montana could therefore only be corporate under the spendthrift. So there's never been any constitutional standing, there's never been ecclesiastical standing, there's never been even equity upheld. Everything is defied, denied, and defiled by this United States corporation and all of its elements.
The United States is not a corporation. The United States is a governmental entity.
For fearlessness of taking their stand to do so again. Rise up on behalf of the people who are being plundered absolutely everywhere on the face of the earth by the United States Corporation and all of its jillions of facets. So here I am. It's got to be right at 9 o'clock. I've made my presence known. The appearance of a private meeting was going on inside. You are the witnesses that acknowledgement was made of my presence here. We'll see if this door opens.
Sounds like the person's phone is
vibrating.
Who's recording this?
I cannot approach a bar.
I want to get to where the door opens, because he's just rambling.
Says clearly that all judges in all states and territories are bound to the 1789 Constitution, and that anything found in the constitutions or laws of any states that are contrary to that binding tie of Article 6 do not have standing.
Let's see, Article 6 of the Constitution. Article 6 of the Constitution. All debts contracted and enactment and engagements entered into before the adoption of this Constitution shall be as valid against the United States under the Constitution as under the Confederation. This Constitution and the laws of the United States which shall be made in pursuance thereof, and all treaties made or which shall be made under the authority of the United States, shall be the supreme law of the land, and the judge in every state shall be bound thereby. Anything in the Constitution or laws of any state to the contrary notwithstanding. So is it the supremacy clause? It's the supremacy clause of the Constitution. It's basically the one that says, hey, the federal government has purview and authority over all of the states and all of the territory of the United States. That's what the supremacy clause is.
Notwithstanding. So we're going to find out. The games begin.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How
I
are
cannot
you?
approach a bar by your own writ, so I'm as close as I can get.
Okay.
This is my standing. I stand on ecclesiastical platform with equity for the balance. 1789 Constitution for the other division. What is your...
Notice that they specifically talk about the 1789 Constitution. Does this person not believe that any of the amendments to the Constitution count? Because there have been many constitutional amendments since 1789. It's interesting that he specifically mentions the year that it was ratified the first time.
Your jurisdiction? Are you a war court?
I am not a war court, Mr. Trogate. I have jurisdiction by the state.
No, you don't, because there's never
You've
been
been
a state.
charged.
I don't know why they even bother asking the judges stuff. Because they'll be like, is this an admiralty court? Is this a military court? Because a lot of them believe that courts are somehow secretly military courts. And they'll be like, no, sir, we're not. And they go, yes, you are. Like, no, you're just wrong. Was that not the answer you expected? Sorry, it's the truth. They're not military courts.
With.
Stormy, there's never been a state. There's only been a corporation.
Excuse me.
Yep.
Yep.
Show me in history where there's been a Montana
So,
state.
Mr. Trogate.
Show you in history where there's been a state of where was this? Montana? State of Montana. I can't believe I'm looking this up, but we might as fucking well. Montana. I don't know what year it became a state. Let's find out. Montana is a state in the northwestern United States. Montana has several nicknames, although none are official, including Big Sky Country and the Treasure State, and slogans that include Land of the Shining Mountains and more recently, The Last Best Place. Montana is the fourth largest in area and the eighth least populous and the third least densely populated of the 50 states. The western half of Montana contains numerous mountain ranges, smaller mountain ranges, blah, 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 blah. Blah. I just want to get to origin. Geography, topography. No, I'm looking for, like, there we go. Before the creation of the Montana Territory in 1864 to 1889, areas within the present-day Montana were part of the Oregon Territory, Washington Territory, and Idaho Territory, and Dakota Territory. Montana became a United States territory on May 26, 1864. The first territorial capital was at Bannock. The first territorial governor was Sidney Edgerton. The capital moved to Virginia City in 1865 and to Helena in 1875. In 1870, the non-Indian population of Montana Territory was 20,595. Statehood. Under territorial governor Thomas Meagher, Montanans held a constitutional convention in 1866 in a failed bid for statehood. A second constitutional convention held in Helena in 1884 produced a constitution ratified 3-1 by Montana citizens in November 1884. For political reasons, Congress did not approve Montana's statehood until February 1889, and President Grover Cleveland signed an omnibus bill granting statehood to Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, and Washington once the appropriate state constitutions were crafted. In July 1889, Montanans convened their third constitutional convention and produced a constitution acceptable by the people and the federal government. On November 8, 1889, President Benjamin Harrison proclaimed Montana the Union's 41st state. The first governor was Joseph K. Toole. In the 1880s, Helena, the state capital, had more millionaires per capita than any other United States city. So it became a state. It became a state in the United States, which is a governmental entity, not a corporation, as many of these sovereign citizens would like you to believe.
were arrested
Your
on a failure
jurisdiction
to
is,
appear
I
warrant.
absolutely challenge this jurisdiction, and you are now required to cease and desist on the spot
And now
and
you
go
have
get
been
evident
issued a
validity of
citation.
it. No contract. I won't work with you because you are unconstitutional.
Combat Tech Support says, wondering what the political reasons for refusing Montana's statehood were. Probably the same ones that arise today when we talk about, like, making Puerto Rico or any of the other territories a state. Because if you have new states in the Union and they become states, then they are awarded Congress people, both in the Senate and the House. The House, it won't matter quite as much because usually places like Puerto Rico, they would have some representation, but their population wouldn't throw off the vote in the House too much. However, every state gets 2 senators in the Senate. Puerto Rico, if it were to become a state, same thing with Washington, D.C., you see a lot of conflicts about Washington, D.C. getting statehood. It adds 2 senators per state, period. So it would throw off the voting balance. And for instance, you see when Washington, D.C. gets brought up for statehood. Now, there are legitimate reasons to think that Washington, D.C. shouldn't be a state. In fact, that was a issue at the time that they were deciding where the state capital would be, or sorry, the federal capital should be, because they didn't want any one state to have the power of having the capital within it, so making the capital itself a state, you could argue, is against the sort of original purpose for Washington, D.C. in the first place. But politically speaking, Republicans won't block any time Washington, D.C. gets put up for statehood, because it would add 2 Democratic senators to the Senate. Because the actual population of Washington, D.C. skews very educated, and will tend to go Democratic. You see this in their local elections and stuff. Devious Chillster, 50 bits. You're probably going to see this guy more now that you're really doing sovereign citizen stuff. This guy is known as the Living Man, or the Natural Man, and does this shit practically for a living. He's actually a fairly infamous sovereign citizen. Interesting. I look forward to watching his garbage in the future.
In a corporation that has never been a constitutionally recognized
So
state.
will you let me finish?
That's untrue. We just read about it becoming a constitutionally recognized state by one of the presidents in the 1880s. I forget which one already. Because, who cares? It's a state. Everyone knows this.
I cannot cross this bar.
That's fine. Will you let me finish?
Speak away.
Thank you.
Mr.
You were given a
be careful your
citation for
terminology.
driving while suspended.
He says speak away and then he talks over her. Why do you do this? Sovereign citizens always do this. They ask a question or ask for clarification, and then they speak over the person trying to explain to them that they're wrong. Like, just stop. You have 2 ears and 1 mouth. Listen twice as much as you speak.
Suspended and obstructing a
Driving
peace
is a
officer.
commercial
Are you
word.
getting, Mr. Turtlegut, are you going to let me
You
finish?
don't know what you're saying because you don't know your own terminology. I'm
you
trying
let
to
me
save
finish?
you from yourself, Storm.
Gee, who probably knows more about legal terminology? Crazy mountain man standing on a Bible in front of a courtroom, or a judge? A tough one.
Work
Mr.
with me.
Turtlegut,
You talk away.
Thank
You're
you.
sinking your own ship.
thank you. After reviewing the information, there was no probable cause for the obstruction charge, so that will be dismissed. There was probable cause for the driving suspended. Do you wish to plead guilty or not guilty?
No man who is not a bar member can plead. Do you not know your own
So I
Black's Law
will enter a
Dictionary?
plea of not guilty. Would
Nope.
you like an attorney?
If you enter anything, you will be impersonating me. Do you know what that'll get you? That's a $100,000 fine and 20 years federal, Stormy. It's in.
That's not how anything works. You'll see this often. I've seen this multiple times in certain sovereign citizen videos, especially those that take place, of course, in a courtroom, because that's when you talk about guilty, not guilty. The judge will ask, do you enter a plea of guilty or not guilty? The sovereign citizen will start off on some nonsense about how they don't have to plea, and the court takes it as a plea of not guilty, and they enter a not guilty plea. The court has the leeway to say, hey, this person clearly doesn't think they're guilty, even if they didn't say the words not guilty. They're not pleading, they didn't plead guilty, and they're trying to argue with me, so the court is free to interpret that as a not guilty plea.
in your own blacksmith's law
So I
dictionary.
will enter that plea for
No
you
attorney.
and appoint.
You'll notice, by the way, and he's mentioned Black's Law Dictionary a couple of times in this, Black's Law Dictionary is a legal dictionary that's used all the time, but it is not a... how do I put this? It's literally a dictionary. It's a legal dictionary. I'm thinking about getting a copy just for these Sovereign Citizen videos. It's a little expensive, but, you know, it's one of those things. It's a dictionary of legal terms, more or less, and other things. So, like, if you need to look up what something means legally, you can do so in Black's Law Dictionary, but it's not like an encyclopedia. It's not a book of, here are all the laws of the United States. It's a lot of, like, here's what this means in legal parlance. So quoting it is odd.
No
attorney?
lawyer. And
Okay.
it goes, if you're gonna do
And
this,
you will go
if you're
from
gonna
there.
do this, we're gonna go straight to a trial by a jury of my peers
Okay.
who comprehend
That's
these
fine.
elements.
That's fine. So watch your mail for your next court date, Mr. Turtlegate, okay? You
I
have
will.
Oh, that guy's nuts. Let's see what's next. Once again, you're just getting here, or weren't last time. Here's a link to my YouTube archive channel. It's where I archive everything. Everything's in playlists. From full streams to highlights to Sovereign Citizen stuff to conspiracy theory debunks. Check it out and subscribe if you haven't already. I assume most of you have, so I apologize for repeating myself, but just trying to get more people on the channel if they don't know. We have actually added a decent number of subscribers today, so that's not bad. Thank you.
It's not Gary? This is your vehicle? This is your automobile?
Hello, Daddy Sume. Welcome to the stream.
Okay. So, do you
It's
know what
time
Gary
to
did?
duel.
Do you know?
Yes.
Okay. So, this goes back to it. I ran the plate, it comes back to a Gary. I ran what you have on the back of the vehicle, comes back to a Gary.
This one's not super interesting so far.
It's in there.
Pretty sure we watched that one. That's only a 2-minute one.
You're giving me a bunch of jargon here. I'm trying to figure out what exactly you just gave me.
Well, it's not jargon. It's actually
is.
we don't.
You have no license plate on this vehicle.
That's correct. And I don't need a license plate to travel.
You do need a.
We got it! We got the first travel of the stream. Again, if anyone in this stream hasn't been here before, Sovereign Citizens will say that they don't need a driver's license because driving is defined in Black's Law Dictionary as operating a vehicle for the purpose of commerce. Of course, this is not the case. They are using a very specific definition, probably from an outdated version, and frankly, even if it said that in one section, that's not really what driving is considered in the actual law books. Driving is operating a vehicle, period.
License plate. You also need a driver's license to travel anywhere in this country.
No, I actually don't.
Yes, you do.
And so
They'll also sometimes quote laws that use, like, old legal verbiage. Like, it'll say something along the lines of, driving is being employed in the process of getting from place to place in a personal conveyance. They read the word employed as to mean literal employment in the way that we use it today, when really it's using the word employed to mean you are taking part. You are employed in moving from place to place in your personal conveyance. You are in the process of moving to place in your personal conveyance. This is a lot of sovereign citizen stuff, is complete misreading of either definitions or cherry-picking specific places in the law, or more often Black's Law Dictionary, and trying to play word games as to how the law works, even though, obviously, a lot of these things have already been ruled upon by the courts.
Really? You can film me, I don't have a problem with that. Would you like me to have a supervisor come over?
If you need a supervisor, I mean, I've given you everything you needed. And this is the, I mean, I've never had a problem with your, excuse me.
Well, you're in the HOV lane, so you're breaking the law.
No,
you have
actually,
nobody else in this vehicle but yourself.
Actually, sir, I'm not. I understand that you're used to having the policies and
have you ever had a driver's license?
Sir, I know you're used to all of the policies.
Have you ever had a driver's license? You don't need to try to give me any sort of jargon.
It's not a jargon. I'm just actually explaining it to you. And I've never had a problem with your agency, the Highway Patrol agency.
I find that difficult to believe, considering driving without a license plate.
Just now. All right, I'll wait for the supervisor.
555. It's 5:30 in the area. You can 45 here.
What's your name, sir? Schmidt? Jay Schmidt?
What's that?
I was asking your name. Jay Schmidt.
Oh, it's Trooper Schmidt.
Trooper Schmidt.
I identified myself, but you were on the phone, so.
No, you didn't.
Have I done a stream on transphobes lately? Nah. I will at some point, but I gotta see if I can get this eyelash out. Holy shit. Oh, that's bugging me.
We actually didn't.
What's that for? Any weapons in the vehicle? Or are there any weapons in the vehicle? It's a simple question.
That's none of your concern.
What's that?
It's none of your concern, actually.
It is. It is though. If you have a weapon in your car, even if it's legal, you need to tell the cops. Like if you are carrying a weapon, legally, the cops ask you. And by the way, you should even, if I were to own a gun, if I were stopped by the police, the first thing I would say is, officer, by law, I'm required to tell you I am carrying a legal firearm. Often the cops will want to hold on to the firearm during the stop just in case. It's a little weird, but, like, I get it. They don't want to be talking to someone with a weapon strapped to them. I understand.
It is. When I ask you if there's any weapons in the vehicle, you advise me if there's any weapons in the vehicle. Sure,
I'll wait for the
absolutely.
supervisor.
When he gets here, I'll come be on top.
Oh, is that the end? That's a lame one. Alright, let's see what this other video of this guy, what's he called? Hold on, let me pull it up. Here's another video of Living Man. Okay, let's see what this guy does in court. I'll say this. Great taste in hats.
He is not represented by counsel here today. Mr. Tertelget has been charged with 2 misdemeanor offenses, which we'll be trying today.
I must object. I am not the name that he is referring to.
Oh, God. He's played too much Phoenix Wright. Objection!
I am the living man. The name that Mr. Riley refers to, ma'am, is held by the state in all capital letters and is identified by the state on the state's driver's license, ma'am. I am not the all capital fiction. I am the living man whose mark is that of life. It is called a signature, and the nature of that sigil, ma'am, is the living person. It is never in all capital letters.
How did you determine that he's using capital letters in verbal language? I guess if you scream your name! That could be interpreted as all capital letters, but he just said your name normally, so on what are you basing the fact that you think that he's saying your names in all capital letters? That's not how verbal language works.
Ma'am, I must object, ma'am. without proper evidence of oath and bond as required, and I am backed, ma'am, by 20 United States Supreme Court cases to this end. It should have been brought to my hand more than a month ago, and no evidence has been brought forward of any competency of any of this.
Any competency of any of this. So you're taking into question the competency of the court. What does that have to do with anything? Are you trying to say that you don't believe the court has jurisdiction over you, or that they haven't provided evidence to the fact that you've committed a crime? Because I find both of those very difficult to believe for obvious reasons.
I have to speak for myself, ma'am. No one here is capable of doing it, and particularly those that are bar or non-bar. They can only speak, ma'am, to the legal. My interest is to forfeit my person's living name.
Your Honor, this is an improper objection and violation of the motion to eliminate.
This poor lawyer, just doing his fucking job. I have no idea what he's been charged with, in this case. But regardless of what it is, I have a feeling he did it.
Ma'am? Who can tell the living man in a commercial event such as this, who has the right to tell the living man when he can speak and when he cannot speak, what sounds he can...
The judge. The judge has the right to tell you to shut up, because it's their courtroom. That's how laws work. The judge is the authority in the courtroom, and you have proper times you're supposed to speak in court, and times you're not. If it were just like a free-for-all, courts would be a nightmare, more so than they already are. So no, proper procedure dictates sometimes it's your turn to speak, and then other times it's the prosecution's turn to speak, and then other times it's the judge's turn to speak. That's how it works.
Making what sounds he cannot make. You understand? He is addressing British law, ma'am. He is a minister on behalf of Great Britain.
What?
Ma'am, without oath and bond, contempt has already been established here. In the face of all these witnesses, ma'am, where...
How has he not been thrown in prison at this point? He's committing the most blatant contempt of court I think I've ever seen. And I've seen a decent number of these sovereign citizen videos. At least most of them know when the judge is talking, you let them talk. Most of the time.
Where is the evidence of oath and bond, ma'am? Look. The requirement is right here, ma'am.
There's nothing funny about the tools
all
of
ranks
capitalism.
of the court, ma'am. I have done due diligence and due process.
Devious Chillster, thank you for gifting a sub to Legend of Phoenix.
I communicated properly. I backed up my work. I backed up the research. It's nice and neat. And I have total failure. I have total incompetency of the court because there is no evidence of Mr. Riley's office, nor of yours, ma'am, nor of this lady's here, nor even the fine police officers that are here today. I have nothing to work with now. Now I'm out here hanging over the abyss. I must make my own way.
And you will be allowed that, but allow Mr. Riley.
Why, please give me an honorable answer, is a British...
Enjoy the Hot Pocket emote, Sarah. Hopefully I'll make partners soon and I'll be able to upload more emotes and stuff.
American courtroom. Why is title of nobility applied behind this gentleman's name that is recognized as being banned from our country in the 1789 Constitution? Is nobody going to stand for our Constitution? I cannot, ma'am. In honor of the Constitution of the United States, I cannot allow a man who carries British recognition for the purposes of British ministerial law to continue to persecute me. I cannot, ma'am. I have...
How is she this patient? I'd be like... Hold on, where's my gavel? Gotta get my tinfoil gavel. Contempt of court, 30 days. Jesus Christ.
The founders, ma'am. I honor the memory of those who fought and died that we could be...
Oh yeah, the fact that he's white has a huge bearing on this. A non-white dude doing this, or a woman of color, they would have been thrown in jail way earlier.
Of this very type of thing.
Oh, good.
If I stand up, I give you
Contempt of court. Thank fuck.
recognition. No, pick me up. I cannot give you recognition. I'm constrained by the...
Pick me up! That's a baller move. Pick me up, copper.
United States Constitution of 1789. Sir, you're a Bozeman native. What are you doing packing a British recognition? Gentlemen,
I shouldn't laugh because this guy's like, there's something wrong with him.
overthrow of the Bill of Rights.
But he sure is a character.
An overthrow of Title 26 United States Code, and above all, it is an overthrow of universal law. Would one of you remove my bolo tie and return it to somebody in the crowd, please, so that it doesn't disappear from this place?
Why do you think it's more likely that handing your bolo tie to a random person in the crowd is more likely to Why do you think it's less likely to disappear to some random person than in the evidence room that they put, like, all your shit in when you get arrested? Or personal belongings room. I don't know where stuff gets put when you get arrested.
He has made his way through everything. He will speak as my voice.
Yes, we will watch more Living Man. I have not seen the video of the Australian man being arrested for dining and dashing. I don't think he ever stops talking, no. Why would he? It is his right as a freeman to speak as often and as loudly as he likes, regardless of whether or not he is in a courtroom. Oh, God. It had some, look at that. It's like some Alex Jones-esque bullshit. Every prepper should have the power of ionic silver in their go bag or medicine cabinet.
Go ahead.
Yikes. Thank you to Sham Rockstar with 100 bits. Thank you.
My name is Ernie Wayne Drutokta. Today is the 30th of August of 2016. Hold
on, someone in the chat sent me something that... Extra large Viking horn dice. Ooh. Those are pretty rad. What are they made out of? Some sort of animal product, I assume, based upon what you said about Baja not liking them. Handcrafted medieval horn dice have been used all throughout history, since the Egyptian Viking Renaissances to current times. Common dice and other bone horn items found in Norway, Sweden, Denmark. Made from real cow horn. I think it's pretty cool. I don't use D6s a ton, though. Wait, did they have other ones other than D6s? Although, my next character for Campaign 2 will use a lot of D6s, so fair enough. Yeah, it looks like they're just D6s. That's pretty cool.
Anything but inspect this temple of capitalism?
Thank you, Railcast, for raiding with a party of 4. A little mini-raid. Thank you very much. Welcome to the stream. We're talking sovereign citizens.
Brief lesson in my hands for the people who are trapped in slavery. The traffic citation that I am displaying to you is state's property called an allegation, which they call evidence. But an allegation is not evidence, an allegement, an allegation is...
Correct. Allegations aren't evidence, but allegations are made and then evidence is provided to support those allegations. They're not saying that them pulling you over in and of itself is evidence that you have committed a crime. I'd imagine the testimony of the cops, along with whatever video evidence they have, is going to be what is considered the evidence in the trial.
But proof. The proof claimed on here is that an accusation has been made that I was driving without a license. Now, proper investigation requires, do I, in the jurisdiction I am known to be in, am I required to have a driver's license, when the actuality is that the UCC codes and statutes that pertain to those who have to have a driver's license clearly reveal that I am not within corporate jurisdiction.
Holy crap, let's take a look at this weird stuff you wrote. You are within U.S. jurisdiction, even though it doesn't matter because the U.S. doesn't issue driver's license. The state that you are living in this case Montana, does issue driver's licenses. So you are under the jurisdiction of the Montana codes in regard to operating a motor vehicle. So let's see. What does he have written here? I don't know how well you guys can see this, but I'll read it out. It says person per son, and then person, but with dots in between each one. And he says person equals public employee retirement system of the nation. That's a pretty forced acronym. So I'd like to think that our shadow government, if there was a secret set of laws that made it so they could enforce laws on you. Fun fact, it's not secret. The state you live in has jurisdiction over you. That's how it works. It's not a secret. That's what I don't get about these people. It's so funny because they're like, guys, did you know that there's this secret, shadowy secret law and these secret corporations, and that's how the state says they have authority over you? And everyone else is just like, wait, what? They have authority over us. We're citizens of the state we live in. What are you talking about? And they're like, no, but you don't get it. There's this secret, like, regardless of all the secret bullshit, basically everyone agrees that we are under the jurisdiction of the laws of the land in which we live. Even if you were, like, a citizen from another country, let's say you're French, and you come to the United States, you are still bound by United States law because you are within its borders. That's how law works. Oh, boy.
Jurisdiction. I am not engaged in the act of commerce. I am not traveling across state lines with the bearance of persons, chattels, properties, goods, or possessions for the purpose of gain or profit. What I do is I travel, I live, as the law has a body, a voice, and has arms of enforcement. I also comprehend then that the law also has range of motion. And as a man of law, as a son of the actual 1789 singularly de jure American Republic, I have access.
Singularly de jure American public. That is kind of a word salad sentence because de jure just means by law. So he's saying singularly by law American Republic. What does that mean?
Access to full law. These are called natural rights, and they are identified as unalienable. Now, without utilizing my
Yeah. Yep. Legend of Phoenix says whoever's recording this is breathing so hard. Yeah.
Constitution of 1789.
What, you don't like this in the mic? Sorry, that's
we will
gross.
do that tomorrow in high action before the court. I would like to just take you through.
Excuse me, Sarah, tripods are a tool of the American corporation to try and get us to not use our own two hands to film the rights that we have.
The name that you see on here,
Devious Chillster with 50 bits says, hey, don't kink shame Hannah. Maybe they just like terrible law practice. True. Daddy Sume with 10 bits. Sovereign Citizen ASMR by Hannah Reloaded.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Yeah.
The only to talk to name on here, the officer that conducted the stop, I allowed him to see the state's form called Certificate of Live Birth, which is in engrossed lettering, all capitals, which instantly renders all claims beneath it as to be corporate chattels.
No, it doesn't. I don't know where they get this shit. I have no idea why they think that all caps mean a specific thing that makes it like corporate. That's not how it works.
Now, corporate chattels are artificial entities, and under color of law, the state can...
Chattel, by the way, is, in legal terms, chattel is like, cows, chickens, your dog, your cat is chattel that you own. Chattel is any living property that you can have as a citizen. That's why when slavery was still a thing in the United States, we call that chattel slavery, because it was slavery under which the people who were enslaved were considered property under the law. So that's what chattel means.
only interface with artificial entities. If you believe yourself to be an artificial entity...
Vision is chattel too. Yeah, I think Legal Eagle did a video on Avengers and the Sokovia Accords, and he talked about how Vision is technically Tony Stark and Bruce Banner's chattel.
Entity. Imagine yourself to be the tabletop that I'm utilizing, having no mind, no voice, no soul, no heartbeat, no body temperature. Then that would be you, and they would interface with you. Artificial entities...
What? No. Tables are not chattel because tables are property. Tables are non-living. You need to be living to be chattel. That's why a cow is chattel. Your cat is your chattel. It's property that you own that is also a living being, and that designates different rights to it as well. That's why you have, like, even though your cat or your dog is your property, being that it is chattel, it still has certain rights. Like, you can't abuse your animal. You can, like, take, I don't know, this is my phone. My phone is my property, but it's not chattel. So if I wanted, because it's my property, I could smash this phone, right? Because it's my property, and it is just that property. I can do whatever I want with it within the bounds of the law. Chattel, being alive, has certain rights outside of being your property. That's why you cannot, like, beat your dog up despite the fact that it is your property.
Are known to...
Also a fucked up thing to do, outside the legal, if I need to point that out. Don't abuse your animals. Super fucked. Speaking of which... Baja and I got approved to, adopt that cat. So, next Sunday we should be picking that cat up, and I'm very excited. Daddy Sume, chattel is any property that is not real estate. Is it? I didn't know that. I thought chattel was specifically, living things. Let me look it up. I believe you. I just want to look up the actual... Chattel, a personal possession, a item of property other than real estate. Oh, I was wrong on that. Note, audience, I was wrong. Take everything that I've said about chattel and know that it's not true. Am I thinking of the word livestock? Is that why I was confused? An item of tangible or movable, immovable property except real estate and things such as buildings connected to real property. Let me look at livestock. Maybe I was thinking of livestock as a legal term. Farm animals. So that's still farm animals. So what would be considered a separate category from inanimate property versus animals that you own? Sushi Mom 10 says a federal agent is under investigation after shooting a man in the head with a crowd control weapon last night in Portland. Jesus Christ. That's fucked up. Yeah, I'm very excited for the kitty. And you will get to meet her whenever she's comfortable. We, just speaking about the cat briefly, we'll get back to this in a second. I don't know how long it'll be until, the cat will be comfortable to, like, come up here like he does, because according to, the adoption website, she's a little shy in terms of new people, but it does say once she gets to know them, she's very, like, loving and cuddly, and that's cool. So, in her own time, whenever she feels comfortable, you'll maybe see her on stream. Yeah.
To be what the cameraman has already filmed, they in U.S. code are called persons. The Constitution of 1789 in the preamble does not start out with the words, we the persons. It says, we the people.
Okay, but that's... persons and people... Let's see. Is there a distinction between persons and people in law? Persons. Law. Definition. Overview. Legal person refers to a human or non-human entity that is treated as a person for limited legal purposes. Typically, illegal persons can sue or be sued on property. I'm looking not just for person, but persons, which is just, I know, the plural of person, but I'm trying to see if what he's saying has anything in law that he's basing it on. Legal definition of a person. Personal law and legal definition. Legal person? In law, a legal person is a person or thing, less ambiguously, a legal entity that can do things an everyday person can do. Enter into contract, sue, be sued, like a company, like an LLC, is a legal entity. It can sue and stuff, even though it's not a literal person.
A gigantic difference. Persons cannot be people, and people cannot be persons without...
That's untrue. We just read that it can either be individuals or it can be legal entities. So a corporation can sue as a person can, but a person can also sue another person or a company.
...without somebody committing an impersonation. 1789 common law is not civil law. Civil law is code law, statutes, regulations, and codes. Those who are of the civil jurisdiction of the District of Columbia and the incorporated states are civilians. I am a citizen. I am not engaged in 14th Amendment activity. I'm not in office. I'm not staffed by one. I'm not elected, never have been, and am never going to be.
Oh, I've been sent pictures of the kitty. I'll show real quick, and then we can get back to the... Let me see if you guys can see this. Face cam focus. This is the kitty. Her name is Lou. I believe it's like the long version is like lupine or something. It's like a hold on. Lupine. Yes. Her name is Lupine. I remember because I was told it's the name of a flower. I'm going to call her Lou for short.
I am an American citizen of the American Republic of 1789. To say it again, you must get this into your mind, as certain terminology completely establishes jurisdictional boundaries. If you transgress the jurisdictional boundaries of the 1789 American Republic, you will establish yourself, first of all, as the son of the Republic, into the chargeability of treason against you. You are clearly 3 times in the 1789 Constitution, we citizens of the Republic are restrained when it comes to alienating our rights from ourselves. This
CJ Oracle asks, am I being detained? Yeah, you have to stay here for the rest of the stream. That's the law. Fun fact.
This is an attempt.
And as we saw from my definition of chattel earlier, I know so much about the law.
At alienation of my right to travel, my range of motion, my right to make my peaceful, lawful way upon the land, pursue farming as I pursue farming in whatever form I find farming in to do. This is an attempt to alienate that right from me. There is a program.
No, it's not. You were probably driving a vehicle without a license or registration or something, and you can't drive on public roads without those things. On your own personal property, your private property, you can drive whatever you want. But once you go on public roads, it becomes a public matter.
That is called A2/A. There should be a colon in it. Put it in your mind. Put the colon in with a D at the end.
You don't get the 1789 shit? 1789 was the year the Constitution was ratified.
A2/A:D. It is a naval program. When I say Navy, you think to yourself, law of the sea. When you think to yourself, law of the sea, ask yourself if you're wet. If you're standing upon the dry land, why then, you must ask, is the American jurisdiction governed by the law of the sea? Who brought that about?
It's not. These people think that somehow American law is maritime law. It's not. I can't believe I have to say that. But law on the land is not maritime law. Dude Spanking Dude says, when my own cat passes away, I was thinking of getting a fennec fox, but then I decided that I don't want to be a part of the selling and buying of exotic animals, and it wouldn't be fair to the animal, yeah. There is, in Russia, they've been doing experiments for a long time and trying to domesticate foxes, so maybe someday, not within our lifetimes, but hundreds of years from now, there might be breeds of domesticated foxes as pets, I don't know. But yeah, exotic, wild animals as pets, not a great idea. They reject everything after 1789. A lot of them do, yes. They won't necessarily explicitly say that all the time, but the fact that they bring up, like, constantly 1789, it makes me think that they think that amendments that have been added to the Constitution and court cases that, of course, apply to the jurisdictions that the court makes the ruling in, because we live in a common law system, it makes me think that they don't think that those apply to them, despite the fact that, of course, they do. They think an amendment passed when it really didn't. Titles of Nobility Amendment. The Titles of Nobility Amendment is a proposed amendment to the United States Constitution. The 11th Congress passed it on May 1st, 1810, and submitted to the state legislatures for ratification. It would strip United States citizenship from any citizens who accepted a title of nobility from an emperor, king, or prince of foreign power. On 2 occasions between 1812 and 1816, it was within 2 states of the number needed to become part of the Constitution. Congress did not set a time limit for its ratification, so the amendment is still pending before the states. Ratification by an additional 26 states is needed for its adoption. So, do they think that they can somehow anoint themselves with a title of nobility and therefore have their citizenship stripped so that they are, I guess, sovereign citizens, even though that still wouldn't be the case because you can't be sovereign within another country? Like I said before, even if you were a citizen of another country or nowhere, when you're in a country, you are beholden to its laws. Like, I can't go to Britain and start driving on the right side of the road, and when they pull me over, go, I'm a United States citizen, I don't have to use your laws. That would be ridiculous. Once you're in a country, you are bound by its laws.
Via the British accredited registry that the idea of burying the land beneath the sea level, called Pikes Peak, 2 feet beneath the level of the...
Oh, scroll down to the misconceptions bit. Known as the 13ers, people known as the 13ers, rather, have claimed that the Titles of Nobility Amendment actually became part of the Constitution. It in fact was mistakenly included as the 13th Amendment in some early 19th century printings of the Constitution. Thank you to Simpotent for 100 bits. Appreciate that. Between 1819 and 1867, the Statutory Law Code of Virginia included it as well. This misconception has become significant because it is yoked with another misconception that a lawyer's use of the word abbreviation of Esquire is a title of nobility acquired from a foreign power, and so some litigants and others have tried to assert that lawyers have lost their citizenship or are disqualified from public office. That's funny. For those of you who don't know, Esquire is something you can add to your name when you become a lawyer. It's like doctor, but for lawyers. I personally haven't seen a ton of lawyers do it. One of my professors in college was a lawyer, and he was like, a lot of people don't do it, just because it's kind of out of date. But you can. So if you ever see someone with Esquire at the end of their name, they're a lawyer. Or at minimum, have a law degree. The error arose in 1815. The Philadelphia printing house of Byron and Duane published under a government contract 5-volume set titled Laws of the United States, which printed on page 74 of the first volume the proposed amendment as Article 13, immediately following the adoption and authentic 11th and 12th amendments with no comment on that page, but more than 76 pages earlier in the volume on page 9 of the introduction, the editor said, there have been some difficulty in ascertaining whether the amendment proposed, which is stated as the 13th, has or has not been adopted by a sufficient number of state legislatures. It has been considered best, however, to publish the proposed amendment in its proper place as if it had been adopted, with this explanation to prevent misconception. Isn't that wild? In the 1800s, if you wanted to find something out, you couldn't, I mean, not even just the 1800s, I'm talking like 30, 40 years ago. They're like, oh, is this thing a thing? I don't know. How do we find out? Well, we could write to the legislatures and see if someone will get back to us. Fuck it, just print it. Print it with a warning. I don't know. I don't have the time to look this up. It's crazy. It appears that the Byron and Duane set of federal laws being widely distributed as a standard reference, some compilers of other books copied its text of the Constitution and not remembering or having skipped the caveat in the introduction, mistakenly include the titles of nobility amendment as if it had been adopted as the 13th Amendment. This error came to the attention of the U.S. House of Representatives in December 1817. At that time, the publisher of a pocket edition of the Constitution, printed under government contract, included the amendment as the 13th Amendment, at which time the House requested that the President ascertain and report on the true status of the proposed amendment. Notwithstanding the official conclusion that the amendment had not been adopted, the erroneous printing of the proposed amendments as if adopted occasionally occurred. Until some time after 1845. In 1845, the Byron and Duane series of laws was replaced by an entirely new series, United States Statutes at Large, which printed the Constitution with only 12 amendments in Volume 1 and had put the unadopted titles of nobility amendments among congressional resolutions in Volume 2. So, let me see. What else? So basically, people just misuse it and think lawyers don't have jurisdiction because they're not citizens or whatever. Thank you, Karma Duck, for following. Welcome to the stream.
Was used to create the fictitious idea under what is called the appearance of law, fiction of law, which fiction of law is never actual. I have all of the information and tons more than we've got time to get through here today. Fiction of law in Black's Fifth is known to be
He has good handwriting, at least. That's way better than my handwriting. It's not amazing, but it's, like, legible. My handwriting is awful. I try not to write handwritten stuff. But, you know.
a lie. It is a fraud and it has no validity as an enforceable claim. This ticket in my hands has no validity as an enforceable claim. It was committed as an act of aggression and egressence out of the jurisdiction of corporateness for 14th Amendment persons, which I am not, and rolled over as a attainder onto a son of the Republic. Persons, again, are required to have driver's license. People are not, as long as you're not in the act of commerce. Commerce has a federal definition. Yeah, I have 54 pages of settled law for my banking. It is a portion of my platform, and it is undeniable. And
is he fucking breathing right next to the microphone? He's like, yeah, tell me about the laws. Natural man. More like natural daddy. Thank you, Daddy Sume, for 10 bits, and says, it doesn't matter if they are allowed, they have the power, therefore they make the rules. Yeah. Yep.
Inarguable. The problem that we the people run into is that we end up in the courts of the persons. It is the wrong jurisdiction that we the people are immediately brought to. You know it to be the wrong jurisdiction by two presentments called standards brought forward between you and what you view as the judge. The first standard commonly appears to you under the color of law as what you think of as the American flag. You might call it Old Glory, but you would notice that a corporate gold fringe has been put around it and now say to you,
oh my goodness, this is another thing. Sovereign citizens often believe that gold fringe on a flag denotes that the courtroom that you are in is an admiralty court. This is not the case. Interestingly, a gold fringe is one of the only alterations to a flag that you could have that is legal under the flag code. That's why some flags have a gold fringe, some don't. Let's take a look. Flag, gold fringe. So you can have a flag that has a gold fringe, or you can have one without. Both are acceptable in terms of what is allowed on an American flag. It doesn't mean anything specific. It's just an option that you can have when you're making an American flag. Pretty simple.
yourself, my rights to keep and bear arms shall not be in...
Yeah, I agree it looks ugly. I think it clashes with the other colors in the flag, but it is a thing you can do.
Fringed. Huh. How come there's a fringe around Old Glory? that is the...
Because you're allowed to do that. And sometimes it gets done, and some people think it looks nice for official places like courtrooms. I disagree, but taste is subjective. I don't really care what the flag looks like, it's just a fucking flag.
British toffletry off of the officers at sea. It is that idea rolled over under the law of the sea as superimposed, cut, paste, and copy onto the...
Karmaduck says, have you done a follow-up to the flat earth that flat smacked those school kids? I don't know how recent you did that video. Yeah, I think on... If you look on my YouTube archive, which I'll link in the thing in a second, I think on this wheel stream, I did some more. Let me look at the playlist to see if I did any. Under the highlights playlist, I do have a highlight that's, let's see. We have the Flat Earther harasses Home Depot employee. I know we also had a section that was like, it must be under the wheel stream because I didn't cut that one up into highlights. Oh no, here it is. This is my follow-up. I did one where it's Nathan Thompson thinks Google Earth is a conspiracy against flat earthers. Here, I'll put it in the chat so you can take a look at it later if you want. And subscribe to the archive channel if you haven't already. All the highlights and archives of the full streams are going there. So, check it out.
Land dwellers than I am. Okay. Now, because this is an act of war, an act of aggression, because jurisdictional boundaries have been clearly established, the three United States, you must know of which United States are you of. Are you of the 1789 de jure American Republic? Are you of the 1861 military division, or are you of the 1871 corporate division that really kicks off in 1933, bankrupting and overthrowing?
1933 is when the Federal Reserve came into existence. A lot of these people believe the Federal Reserve was a turning point in our history, in which the United States really became a corporation, and we all became chattel of that corporation. Not the case, obviously, but these people believe that.
Throwing my country. An absolute act of war committed by the barristers. One mind, one voice, one intent. All 67,000 barristers plus, extant today upon American soil, are in treasonous standing right now. I am kicking this off by suing under charges of treason, backed by evidence, out of Black's Fifth. This is my hand.
Black's Law Dictionary, 5th edition. Let's see. Black's Law Dictionary, 5th edition. Are we on the 5th edition currently? 1979. Let's see what the current edition is. We're on the 11th edition. So there have been more editions since the one he's quoting than there were in existence at the time of the one that he's quoting. Think about that. Imagine if the thing I always go to with this is the DSM. DSM. The Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. Looks like we're on the DSM-5 at this point. Anyway, this is basically where psychiatrists and psychologists use to say, okay, this is the standard that we're all going by as to what qualifies for certain mental illnesses or conditions or whatever. That would be like if I were quoting the DSM-1 from the 1840s or the DSM-2 from 1968 and acting as if it still meant anything nowadays. It means nothing. You can't say, I follow the law, and then quote a book, a reference book on law from, like, the 60s. The law changes pretty frequently because we live in a common law system, and not only that, with all the court rulings, but laws actively get changed by Congress, not to mention executive orders, which is a whole other issue.
handwritten research on the restraint on alienation, wherein I am charged to never, ever, ever, in the preamble, in the 6th article, and sealed the deal at ratification, I am never, as a son of the Republic.
That, by the way, it looks like he spilled something on that. It's not him spilling. Excuse me. That's not a stain. Well, it is a stain, but it's intentional. People like this think that the only valid signature is a thumbprint or fingerprint in your own blood. So sometimes they'll use red ink as symbolic of one's own blood, but I'd imagine a guy who's so into this, he probably actually used one of those diabetes, you know, stick things to get you to bleed, and then he put a thumbprint on the paper to make it a legal document, which of course isn't how anything works.
Ever to sell, lease, loan, trade, borrow out, give away, or abdicate in fear or whatever else reason any of my natural and unalienable rights for any wrong corporation, wrong...
Do they think they're sealing deals with demons? Based on how they view the federal government, yes, I think so.
Jurisdiction, agent, notice to agent is notice to principal is notice to agent, for any of them to initiate this process and transgress...
What's the charge that he's dealing with? I think it's operating a motor vehicle without a license.
That clear jurisdictional bounder swings them into status of treason. I will be filing this, and it will be a fight to get it in. You see that I do things by hand. There will be no typing. There will be no justification of an inch in on a page. I am an American Republican citizen, and as such, I am so verified as one. You would...
Yeah, don't try and send this shit into a court. For one thing, no one wants to touch your disgusting paper that you've put your blood on. No one knows where that blood has been. Well, they know it's in your body. What I mean by that is no one knows if you have, like, hepatitis or something. No one wants to touch your icky blood. And secondly, courts already deal with enough backup and stuff in their courts. Like, it's hard enough to get through legal documents that are properly formatted and written by people who know the law, much less the insane cabin ramblings of this old man in a tri-corner hat. Not worth it.
Called the word sovereign, so verified, what? As a son of the Republic. I do not need their theatrics. Their theatrics are worthless and hollow and nothing more than Shakespeare in reverse upon the land today.
Wait, their theatrics are hollow and pointless? Sir, you're wearing a tri-corner hat with a feather and signing things in your blood. Do you really think the court is the one who has issues with dramatics? Woo!
This is the actuality. Clinton Grimes has committed an act of treason, and Stormy Langston, municipal administrator, intends to back him up. Now, I've offered both a back door. Because they have transgressed their jurisdictional boundaries. And
Shakespeare in reverse is a really good band name. Everyone steal that for your band.
Are now committing an act of war which is known to be a capital offense, which commands a sentence of capital punishment, a potential life sentence in prison, at a minimum 20 years, and many thousands of dollar fine.
Tom G 10100111010 with 10 bits says, I just want to hear him say, I was born here, I was raised here, and god damn it, I'm gonna die here. Is that from something? Not familiar. He looks like he escaped from the Townsend's Colonial Asylum. Yeah.
Complicated by the Securities Exchange Commission number 264220, already filed as an act of foreclosure upon the corporation 15 of January 2016. They are found standing in complete breach of contract with the American Republicans, you and I, the people who they are supposed to be protecting, not...
Why does the binder say missing 13th Amendment? That has to do with what we were looking up earlier. The amendment that was proposed and signed into law but wasn't ratified by the states that said more or less, that if you have been gifted a royal title from a foreign government, that your citizenship is revoked. And these people seem to think that that applies. For one thing, it was never ratified. It's not a real amendment. But it was mistakenly printed in some law books and stuff like that, in like collections of the Constitution and its amendments. It was mistakenly printed. So these people think it secretly did get ratified, and it also somehow applies to lawyers because they are given the designation of Esquire when you pass the bar. And they think that that somehow qualifies as a royal title, even though it does not.
Alienating our rights from us.
So it's multiple levels of wrong.
I'm going to swing you back to A2/A:"D, the naval program. It stands for this: capital A, access. The number 2 is for the word TO, 2. The / is the switch. Where are you going to go? Access to, area is the next capital A. What area? Well, that would be the area of proper jurisdiction. If I get out of my proper jurisdiction, I become treasonous. If they get out of their proper jurisdiction, they become treasonous. You see how this works? But the charges are laid on me first to uphold and defend. That would be the purpose of the oath, to actually uphold and defend the 1789 Constitutional Republic de jure upon the land. The final letter in this naval phrase is D, and put an exclamation point in your mind right behind the D. Denied. This is what they are doing to all of us. You will be brought to a courtroom that is in the wrong jurisdiction. As a citizen, you will be introduced to a court of war, incorporated and eternal. Your rights will simply be denied to you. Access to the jurisdictional area of your common law and natural rights, denied. It's that simple. That evidence is not allowed in this courtroom. You will strike that remark from the record. The jury is not allowed to hear this evidence. The British Accredited Registry will go to extremes to silence this kind of knowledge. I realize I'm speaking like a machine gun rapid fire, and I beg your forgiveness. I'm trying to keep my thoughts straight and educate you as swiftly as I possibly can.
You're not talking that fast. You're just talking a lot. Like, you're not Ben Shapiro in here. It's fine.
Is not on any of our side. Thus it is that tomorrow at 12:30 in the little town of Eureka, Montana, I will be kicking off this 9-page document based on restraint on alienation, which comes against me first. You will see it has my autograph and my thumbprint. For there are no numbers and no artificial identities that pertain to me. I'm not of that jurisdiction. I am the living man. I have but the one thumbprint. It is in red for the blood, and that is my autograph, and none.
Yeah, he has a good voice for public speaking. If he wasn't a whack job and he started like a YouTube channel and he was like, and he could even keep the hat. Like, he's got a good, like, how do I put this? He's got a good image for YouTube, you know? He could be like, hello, I'm so-and-so, and today we're gonna teach you how to build a cabin. Like, it's just a channel about, like, how to be self-sufficient in the wilderness or whatever weird stuff he wants to do. Hello, I'm whatever my name is, and today we're gonna learn how to dig a ditch. We're gonna learn how to build a latrine. We're gonna learn how to fish with your bare hands. Like, I don't know. Like, he has a good gimmick. He could be crazy mountain man who's, like, endearing, but instead he's just, like, crazy, which is a shame.
Can imitate it or copy it without committing capital crime of impersonation. It can be a deadly offense to impersonate. Okay?
Persona.
So this is
that's the word
quickly
I'm thinking
the
of.
evidence.
Thank you, Big Titty Man.
I'm just kind of going to lay it out. I would advise that all of you who can follow along. This will be posted in time at thementalmilitia.net on the Montana Natural Man, the Ernie page. Okay, I will be putting my work there. This is the actualities of it. All right, you see this book here, the missing original 13th article, 13th Amendment. Okay. Now, it was supplanted by the 1864 13th Amendment. I have other additives in there.
As we saw earlier, and it's in the chat somewhere if you scroll up, This 13th Amendment was never ratified by the states, therefore it never was the 13th Amendment. It was a proposed 13th Amendment, so it was never law. It was accidentally published in some books of constitutional law, but that's about it.
The camera to view what was stolen. Read it for yourselves and
let's see what it says. So what is in this mystery 13th Amendment? Quote, if any citizen of the United States shall accept, claim, receive, or retain any title of nobility or honor, or shall, without the consent of Congress, accept and retain any present, pension, office, or emolument of any kind whatsoever from any emperor, king, prince, or foreign power, such person shall cease to be a citizen of the United States, and shall be incapable of holding any office of trust or profit under them, or either of them. So, yeah, this was, and he says, for those who want hard evidence, I offer up the Constitution of the United States of America, printed in 1825 in Portland, Maine. This was a misprint. We read the Wikipedia article earlier. It was misprinted as if it were the 13th Amendment, but it was never ratified, and I doubt it ever will be. There's not an expiration date for it to not be ratified, so it's just in perpetuity out there, and I doubt it'll ever be ratified because this isn't something people are concerned about, in 2020.
think about how this article amendment pertains to this conversation that I've just had with you via this camera. Okay, now you see that Clinton Grimes has ceased to be.
Daddy Sume with 10 bits. If we can't get the Equal Rights Amendment passed, this shit is never going to be cared about, Constitutional amendments are rough, because not only do they need to be voted on by, 2/3 of Congress, but then the states need to ratify it as well, so it's just real tough. Which is on purpose. Constitutional amendments aren't supposed to be taken lightly, although it does make it very difficult when, things need to change.
A citizen of the de jure United States of 1789 Republic standing and is now found instantly to be a foreign...
I don't think every state doesn't need to ratify it. I'm pretty sure it's something like 2/3. Let me check. How many states are needed to ratify an amendment to the Constitution? 3/4 of the states. 38 of 50. So you do need a good majority to ratify something.
Of a foreign corporation, a foreign jurisdiction, using a foreign language called legalese.
So they somehow think that the Bar Association is a foreign entity, even though it is not.
To commit acts of crime against...
And legalese is common parlance to talk about complicated legal terms that I don't understand, but it's not literally a different language. Even the stuff that's in Latin, talking about oh boy, oh gosh, let me see, Latin legal terms, list of Latin legal terms. A mensa et thoro, a postori, a priori, a quo. There's tons, ad hominem. There's tons of Latin words that mean things legally. Still, they're used in English, therefore they're part of English still in legal language. It's jargon. It's language of your profession. That doesn't make it a foreign entity for using words you don't understand.
An American citizen. I'm searching here a minute for the legalese document. That is the beginning of the document of legalese.
Looks like he smudged a lot of it somehow.
I would take you in it to the 23rd page to the word human being and all.
Oh, he just has a bad printer. You need a better printer, guy. Maybe get a laser printer, I don't know, but look at that. That's very smudgy.
Capitals, which ties into the other document laid below my elbow on the artificial persons of the United States. And, anyway, I've got them buried at the moment, moving too fast.
Yes, he takes exception to the fact that lawyers use the term esquire. which is a term you can get by passing the bar and becoming a lawyer. Even though many lawyers don't use Esquire at the end of their names in official capacities. Random invite. It's interesting they go with the 13th, which isn't law, instead of the Emoluments Clause, but the Emoluments Clause doesn't tie into broad citizens, so I guess it makes a little sense, you know?
But anyway, they are artificial.
Frankly, we can't even get Congress to actually act on a president who's breaking the Emoluments Clause, much less some sort of non-existent 13th Amendment that says that citizens can't have emoluments from foreign governments.
Persons that can only be interfaced with under color of law. Actual common law does not apply to them. The rights that I have as an American citizen of the Republic, they have to purchase. They have to pay for privilege to have the benefit. I do not. And for claim otherwise to be made is instantly bound in the 1789 Constitution. The preamble, I'll swing you back to it. This is the third time I've hit on this. The preamble says, we the people, in order to secure a more and better government, blah, 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 do hereby...
In order to form a more better government. Good job, Thomas Jefferson. How eloquent. In order to form a more perfect union.
Ordain and establish this Constitution, not another, this one. Backed up by Article 6, which says that all judges in all the states and territories shall be bound thereby to the terms of this Constitution of 1789, not another, regardless of charters, treaties, constitutions that any state territory may bring forward, if anything to the contrary of the 1789 juridical claims and clear bounders is alleged, treason has been engendered and the state is instantly found in offense.
What? Is he saying that states can't have their own constitutions? They absolutely can. They can't have things in them that are blatantly unconstitutionally, that are unconstitutional in regard to the federal government. That's what the Supremacy Clause is, yes. But whenever that's happened, there have been court cases, like, for instance, Obergefell v. Hodges in 2015, which legalized gay marriage. There were some states that within their constitutions had made stupid amendments that were like, oh, marriage is between a man and a woman, whatever. And because of the Supremacy Clause, when the Supreme Court, which is the highest court federally, said, hey, nope, everyone has the right to get married, even same-sex couples, it overruled those laws. Yes, but states having their own constitutions are not inherently unconstitutional. It's not treason.
Okay, so the word utilized for offense, you will find at the end of the 6th article, is a 3-word phrase. Notwithstanding means has no validity. This ticket is a cripple. It is a mental invalid. It is a physical invalid, and it is a spiritual attack upon a spiritual truth.
It's a ticket for not driving driving without a license. It's not any of the things you just said.
So, we patriots, we freedom fighters, we truth lovers, we people who try desperately to uphold the proper laws of the land and not violate the garbage out there, but to be people of renown as truth livers, truth seekers. It is this kind of research and information that it takes us to get to the bottom of the barrel, to get past the 100th monkey of evil, okay?
Wait, what? The 100th monkey of evil? I didn't know there were 99 monkeys of evil already, oh no! That sounds like something we should discuss. Where are these 100 evil monkeys? Now I'm very afraid. James Franco, come and save me from the evil monkeys. It's a Planet of the Apes joke. It's, not my best, but, you know, they can't all be winners.
This system is based on cut, copy, and paste. They cut your rights, alienate, away from you. They paste over U.S. code, statute, commerce, regulation, state code, commerce, regulation, policy, as if it were actual common law, and it is not. then they...
It is, though. It is. If it's a law in the state, then it is part of the common law, because we live in a common law system. Common law... Oh, boy. Let's get into common law. Common law, the part of English law that is derived from custom and judicial precedent rather from statutes. So basically, common law means, more or less, that we live within a system where we have different, separate, at least in the United States, we have separate branches of government. We have, of course, the executive, the judicial, and then the legislative. The legislature can pass bills to become law, and then when those laws are out in the wild and are applied, you can bring cases to the judicial branch that can then rule on the interpretation of that law. So the legislature writes the law, and then the courts rule on the law and interpret it, because, of course, even if you're very clear in the writing of your law, the way human beings work is we have to sort of apply these broad laws to specific situations, so it is then the judge's job to decide how to apply the law to the best of their ability. So when the Supreme Court, which is the highest court in the land, we have a hierarchy of courts in the United States. I think many places have this. Our Supreme Court, if something gets up to the Supreme Court and the court interprets a law that way, every subordinate court, which is every single federal court, and state court for that matter, in the United States, then has to interpret the law the exact way that they have said, or at least in line with the way that the Supreme Court has ruled on that law. And this applies all the way down. If you're a court in anywhere in this hierarchy, and you make an interpretation about a law, it becomes the way that law should be interpreted all the way down below you. That's what common law is, more or less. It's the fact that we have these laws written by the legislature, and then once they're out in the wild, the interpretations of those laws are decided by the court system, and individual rulings will apply to all courts within the jurisdiction below and within that court. That's why you'll see in legal movies or in real life, you'll see lawyers like, oh, in such and such case, in I don't know, in Plessy versus Ferguson, this such and such was. They cite those things because they're trying to say, look, the court has already ruled on this interpretation of law. We live in a common law system. You are in a court that is below that court or within the jurisdiction of that court. Therefore, you are beholden to the previous rulings on that precedent.
They further impersonate as if they were common law magistrates of the 1789 Constitutional Republic, while actually being municipal administrators for the purpose of administrating British ministerial proceedings upon American soils. Did we not have a war over this in 1776 or not? Did we win this or not? If we did...
Yes, we did, which gave us freedom from Britain. Great Britain, the British Empire. It has nothing to do with your ability to not obey the laws of the United States or any of the states in which you are residing or find yourself in. You still need to obey the law. The Revolutionary War didn't say, we won the war! No more government! George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Alexander Hamilton, they were not anarchists. They set up a government. Abide by the rules.
Did, why are we still entertaining the British accredited registry and the American want to be a treasonous and want to appear as a British accredited registrar? Who in their right mind, in God's name, would want to do that when history is full of revolutionary evidence? Or, if we didn't win it, then who the heck has been lying to us in our school textbook and in our religious manuals and everything all along and upholding a lie?
Wait, what? What religious manual talks about the American Revolution?
As if it were so. Time to start thinking, people. Probably I'll see you tomorrow. Probably you'll see me in handcuffs. Hopefully it won't go beyond that. But ask yourself, what price? Freedom. What price will you pay? If there must be trouble, let it be in my time, that my son may know peace. My hat's off to the people. once again.
Again, he's got like a persona. He's got a personality. If he wasn't such a weirdo, he could be on YouTube and be like, here, I'll show you how to make a Franklin stove. And we'll, or whatever. And every video, he could be like, my hat is off to you. See you next time. This man could be making buco bucks. Maybe that's just where my mind goes, because I do this for a living. And I have for like a decade, but god damn it, you have a persona. Sell it to the people.
Okay. I want to make an amendment to the previous clip. I'm going to do something with this ticket, which is actually a paycheck that has to be signed off. The United States Treasury is the only one that has the proper contract to pay this ticket. But they cannot pay it until they get permission, okay? Now I'm not...
Wait, I gotta go back. What did he say?
United States... Once again. We're good to go. Okay. I want to make an amendment to the previous clip. I'm going to do something with this ticket, which is actually a paycheck that has to be signed off.
No, it's not. It's a ticket. It's a citation. You've been given a bill for breaking a law. That's how that works. There are statutes, and if you break them, you can be fined.
The United States Treasury is the only one that has the proper contract to pay this ticket.
No. Just pay the fine. Pay it with your money. I see you got food there. You got some beer. You got some bananas. I saw some peanut butter in the previous shot. So you have money. You built this nice cabin. So, like, use that money and send it to the people who you owe money to. That's how the law works. Or else you're going to get a bench warrant out for you.
But they cannot pay it until they get permission. Okay? Now, I'm not going to grant jurisdiction because you cannot. It was stolen by the Bar Corporation 150 years ago in the course of the Civil War.
What? You think that jurisdiction was stolen by the Bar Association, the association that decides who gets to be a lawyer? During the Civil War? What? You're gonna need to elaborate on that. Ooh, is that just a big jug of protein powder? Is this guy a Joe Rogan fan or a Glenn or a Alex Jones fan? Seems like it.
I've already been to court as high as...
Oh, he's got some Baileys. Creamy Baileys. Anyone? The Mighty Boosh? No? Okay.
Federal levels, and I have won my name back. My right to contract, not to contract, is not in dispute anymore, even though this would appear to be, thus my charges of treason against him. There is a program afoot that is called A4V, except for value. On camera, I'm going to do this and show you how. What will come of this, I don't know. I have mixed reports of success and failure, but I'm going to try this. Follow along as I actually do it, and remember to do this for yourself. In my own hand, in black ink, which I forgot my red pen, but we'll deal with that, I'm going to write, except for value.
Okay, let me explain what this guy is doing, because I don't think he explained it very well. Sovereign citizens believe that there is a... How do I explain this? They believe that there are two yous. There's the true man that is you, or woman, and then there is the straw man version of you. They believe that your birth certificate is the creation, and the social security number that you get is the creation of this straw man version of yourself. And on the day you are born, an account is created at the Federal Reserve with $2 million in it that belongs to your straw man. Obviously, I shouldn't have to say this, but let me just asterisk. None of this is true. They believe that every individual in this country has an account somewhere at the Federal Reserve Bank that has $2 million in it. And they believe that they can pay traffic tickets, pay fines, pay bills with this account by using secret code words and writing certain stuff on the bills and sending them back. Of course, this doesn't work because these accounts don't exist and what they're writing means nothing. So they will often then get bench warrants and get arrested, and that's why you see so many of these people in court all the time, because they're not paying their tickets because they think that there's this imaginary $2 million bank account somewhere that they're paying their tickets with, when of course they're not. Yes, like magic spells. It's like they think the law is magic. It's very strange. After this video, I'm probably going to take a quick break and pee, and then I'll be back, because I have to pee pretty bad. But I want to go on for a little bit longer.
Which is an instruction to the United States Treasury to accept this ticket for the value of $285, wherever it's at on here. Right there. The bond is $285. Okay? Now, you flip it over to the obverse side, and at the very top you write, payable to the United States Treasury.
Nope.
Alright, you have to forgive my hands. Too many years swinging hammer. It's misspelled, but it's gonna have to do.
Do I need to... Okay, so even if this was a real thing, this imaginary $2 million bank account with the United States Treasury, it is not, of course. Again, asterisk, 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 this does not exist. Never do this. It's very stupid. You can't, like, sign checks with typos, with spelling mistakes. You need to void that check and write a new check. That's not how checks work. That's not how any legal, like, monetary transfer works. Oh, I misspelled it. It'll have to do. No. Nope. You would have to void that check. But this isn't a check. It's just a random thing, so it doesn't matter. It's wrong either way. But I just want to point out, even within his bullshit fantasy world, he's doing it wrong. Imagine thinking the United States Treasury has a bank account for you with $2 million in it, and you don't even know how to spell treasury.
I'm bound determined to do this wrong. You get my point. It's all fraud anyhow. Okay, now, the next thing required, so I'm studying out, is at a 45-degree angle, your name. And it has to be your autograph. I keep mine in all lower...
They also believe that you need to do signatures at a 45-degree angle. I'm not exactly sure where that one comes from, but I've encountered that a couple times.
Case, and I write it in proper form. For those of you who care, my last name, Tertelkta, means of the ancient oaks. Now, this is a ship. The Treasury is the ship. This would play the part of the gangplank. Here comes the wharf.
It's not a boat. It's not a boat. That's not how legal documents work. Look, I drew a boat. What?
Now the wharf, you write, without recourse. What that means is that this is now a negotiable instrument that is payable solely at the discretion of the United States Treasury, which will now have to order the Federal Reserve to print the 285 ferns required to redeem the bond that's on here.
No. No. Not how anything works. This is gonna show up wherever you send this, I don't know exactly where you send tickets. I've never gotten a ticket before, actually. I've never gotten any kind of citation, actually. Good for me. I don't know where you send it. Probably some city address, and you're supposed to send a check or whatever along with it. Even then, I'd probably just pay it online if I got one. I think my city has online ticket paying. But wherever, they're going to open this and go, what the fuck? And it's immediately going to get, for one thing, if they're nice, maybe they'll, like, send you a letter being like, what the fuck is this? You need to pay your bill. But honestly, clerk of the court, thank you. But even if they decide not to do that, it's just going to get sent to the judge to put out a warrant for you for not paying your ticket. Colonial Kinkers, thank you for following. Appreciate it.
$285 is the value of the bond. Along the way, this bond is going to be further monetized, further securitized. By the time they're done, there's a very high chance that over $2 million will be made by the corrupt CAFR seekers by the time this bond gets returned back to Lincoln County, Montana.
Okay, so that's the end of that video. I'm going to take just a quick, like, 2-minute break so I can go use the bathroom and get some more soda. I will be right back, so just chill out, hang out with each other, and I will be right back for more Sovereign Citizen Sunday. Thanks, everyone. Just gotta find the... There we go. That's the button. Be back in a sec. I am back, everyone. Hello. How you doing? Let me turn this music off. Dang, kids with your synthwave music. Welcome, everyone. I guess I shouldn't say welcome. You've just been sitting here. I was getting some soda And a yogurt. I would like some yogurt. So let's see what we're going to look at now. We'll definitely look at this guy again in the future, but I think we've watched enough of this guy for today. Let's see, Natural Man. Wait, does he doesn't have his own YouTube channel, does he?
That's right, capitalistic propaganda.
Montana's Natural Man. Interesting. Liberty Brothers radio show. Thank you to Panacita for following. Liberty Brothers radio show. A lot of Montana guy. Okay. We'll save them for another time. Oof. Yeah, no. Not gonna watch one with bad audio. That's like half the shit.
The sheriff is waiting for us.
Nope, can't do that
one. You do as you damn well please. But I'm not...
Someone gets shot in that one. In Minecraft.
The driver slumped over the wheel. Michigan plate, David Lincoln, William, 6974.
Michigan plate. Why are so many of these people from Michigan?
$72.58. Can you go to 3 van?
Mock turtleneck. That's why I call Michigan the South of the North. Yogurt is so good. Thank you, whoever was starving and needed to eat your rotten milk, for making it a thing.
Hey! 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 Come on! Wake up!
No. Honestly.
What's up?
For you. On your honestly.
Is he sleeping in the road?
Will you let them go to the
Oh, he's like super drunk or high.
How did you create this situation?
You're sleeping in this intersection of Mayfield and Green.
I'm walking. I know above my range.
Okay. What are you drinking today?
They tried to do that to me.
You alright?
Yeah.
Alright.
I overstand everything. I don't understand anything.
Okay. I was just worried because you're sleeping in this intersection.
Oh, that's
you tired?
a drunk sovereign citizen.
That's a nursing on their behalf, so I don't want you to do that.
Okay.
Anything that only brings you behalf, then you capitalize upon it.
You have your ID on you?
Right.
You have your ID on you?
Yeah.
Let me see it.
But I have to be committed to crime.
You're sleeping in an intersection of Mayfield and Green.
But that's not a crime.
It is a crime. You're holding up traffic. Look at all the cars behind you.
I'm not. I haven't committed an emergency.
Let me see your ID.
I haven't committed an emergency.
Can I see your ID, please?
As soon as you permit me with
just told you, and you're also not wearing your seatbelt.
I haven't moved.
Your car's parked in the intersection of Mayfield and Green.
There's other cars, right?
They're moving. You're parked.
I was gonna move. You stopped me from moving.
You were asleep.
Okay. Do me a favor and let me see the keys to the car real quick.
As soon as you present me with the
Okay, I'm telling you the reason why I'm stopping.
No, I'm telling you, it's not about
Sovereign citizens have a hard enough time spouting their nonsense sober. This guy has zero chance when he's this trashed.
I have not done anything wrong.
You're sleeping in an intersection. I just want to make sure you're okay.
No, I'm okay. I'm okay.
Okay.
I'm going to home.
Where you live at?
I live in Atlanta, Georgia. I just moved up here to Like, I just came up here like 5 hours ago. I literally just came here. I'm going to my mom's house, 14801 Florida Avenue. I'm going there right now to go to sleep.
1408 where?
14801 Florida Avenue. That's where I'm going to
Florida
sleep.
Avenue?
Yes.
Where's that at?
Cleveland, Ohio. I'm going to sleep there because I literally just landed. Like, I literally just, came from Atlanta.
Okay.
And I'm going to go to sleep, and then I'm done.
Okay. Yeah, just let me see your ID.
But I haven't committed a crime.
I told you the reason.
You were sleeping in an intersection. You've absolutely committed a crime. This is one of the weaker defenses from a sovereign citizen, and I've seen a decent few of them. A decent bit. Misspoke. I'm drunk on yogurt. Idea for Yoplait, alcoholic yogurt.
Reason why
It'll be like Jell-O shots, but disgusting.
I have stopped you.
But you're sending me the
Yes,
proper
you're
cross.
sleeping in the middle of the intersection. You're holding up
No,
traffic.
I didn't
And you're not
sleep.
wearing your seatbelt.
I didn't sleep.
I'm not arguing with you about
No, I don't
this.
want to argue.
Okay.
I knew I'd get Baja to say ew.
Then let me see your ID.
I want to talk about
I have probable cause to get your identification.
What is your probable cause?
You're sleeping in the intersection. You're impeding
that's
traffic.
illegal?
Yes.
So sleeping.
Impeding traffic. Not wearing your seatbelt.
Wait. Sleeping. Stop.
The cop does sound exasperated. Even if he's like a decent guy, I'd be exasperated as fuck dealing with someone who's asleep at the wheel and definitely drunk too. What's up? That looks super cute.
Oh, I'm just staring at you because you're saying stuff to make me go, ew.
What, you don't want alcohol and rotten milk mixed together?
That would definitely cause the casein in the yogurt to separate out and you'd get a fucking cement mixer, except it'd have a slight fruity taste.
Fruity alcoholic cement. Now I want frozen yogurt. Frozen yogurt's really good. Next time, we need to go to Sam's Club soon, and they have really good frozen yogurt.
For you.
Oh yeah, I know you can't get it. We can get you some frozen vegan dessert somewhere else. I don't know where. We'll have to find it. We can probably get a big thing of Ben & Jerry's dairy free at Sam's Club. This is not an ad. Love you.
Right there is illegal.
Okay.
No, I'm asking you honestly.
Can I have the keys to your car?
Keys in my car. I haven't done anything
Sherbert. Yeah, Sherbert would work.
wrong. I'm going to pick up my kids. Like, I haven't done anything wrong.
He's going to pick up his kids. For one thing, he's completely changed his story because the first thing he said he was going home to sleep because he just got in from a flight. Secondly, if you were actually going to get your kids, that's even worse because you're clearly incredibly drunk.
I'm not committing any crime. There's no one in injury. There's no damage to any vehicle. Wait. Before you open my vehicle, before you open my vessel, I just want to let you know that you're committing a crime right now.
This is a super depressing one. I'm going to be honest. I'm probably going to skip to the next one in a second because this is just sad.
I need you to step out of the vehicle right now.
I have not done anything wrong.
Step over to the back of the car. Come on.
Sir, if you haven't done anything wrong.
For someone.
The next light. But
If you could please depart.
I'm not a human flesh and blood person. Earth that is a police officer after 1929. That's fact. That's fact. I'm not listening to her anymore because 1929 stated that a police officer has to be elected by the people of the state. Was she elected by the people of the state? That's the only thing I want to ask you guys.
I understand?
Honestly,
Go to the car.
For a felony and also fraud. Because I didn't.
Yeah, sometimes I'll feel a little bit bad for the sovereign citizens, but nah, he's driving drunk in the middle of the day. Regardless of what time of day it is, it doesn't matter, but the fact that it's daytime makes it even worse. Nope. That guy deserves to go to jail.
What caught my attention was this vegetation stuff right here.
That ain't got nothing.
So,
What is you vegetation? Let me see that. What? That's tree stuff, man. Test it. That gotta be from the tree, man.
Okay.
Y'all pulling me off for no.
Alright, hold on just a minute. Let me put this in a bag real quick.
Yeah, man.
Is this a stupid stop for weed?
What are you? That's from a tree, man. Smoke. What was the original reason you said you pulled me over?
I already explained it to you.
You told me because I failed.
Step out for me.
I failed to turn.
Yeah, step on out for me. No.
Oh, Christ. Yeah, no. I have no sympathy for cops who pull people over for, like, if someone's currently high, absolutely, but just like weed possession, fuck that shit. Not worth anyone's time.
What's up, buddy?
What's going on, man?
Deputy Fuentes, Palm Beach Sheriff's Office.
All right, how you
The reason
doing?
I'm pulling you over is because you don't have a license
Is it required?
for.
Yes. That's what license means. It means you're allowed to do the thing. If there are driver's licenses and you don't have one, you aren't allowed to do the thing. Same thing with hunting licenses and fishing licenses, depending on the laws of your state and what specifically you're hunting, obviously. But, like, you're in Michigan. I'm not a hunter. But if you are a hunter, you need to get a license. Jesus. Or at least tags for the deer that you are hunting.
State of Florida, a tag is required to drive in the state of Florida.
I'm not driving. You see the tag, what it says.
Okay,
It
you're
says I'm
traveling. I got
traveling.
you.
Thank you
All right,
very
I got
much.
you.
So
All right.
that's your probable cause?
Per the state of Florida, you have to have a proper registered vehicle to be traveling on the roadway.
That's not true at all.
Okay.
The cops dealt with these people before. He knows to use the term traveling.
You can look up UCC 9-109.
Okay, do you have your license?
UCC 9-109. Oops, that's 102. 109. Uniform Commercial Code 109-109. General scope of the article, except as otherwise provided in subsection C and D, this article applies to a transaction, regardless of its form, that creates a security interest in personal property or fixtures by contract, an agricultural lien, a sale of accounts, chattel, paper, payment intangibles, or promissory notes, a consignment, a security interest arising under section 2-401, 2-405, 2-711, or 2A-5085, as provided in section 9-110, and a security interest arising under section 4-210 or 5-118. Security interest and secured obligation. The application of this article to a security interest in a secured obligation is not affected by the fact that the obligation in itself is itself secured by transaction or interest to which this article does not apply. Holy fuck. Let's see if there's a... Yeah, I can't read this shit. Something, it has to do with liens on property. It seems like. Not sure, though. There's a good reason I'm not a lawyer. My laziness is one reason, and my second reason is I don't have the patience to learn this shit.
License on you, buddy?
It's not required,
Driver's
sir.
license?
It's not required. Can you get a supervisor, please?
Yeah, no problem.
You can read that if you want to.
Okay.
I would like for you to return it, though.
Okay, all right.
But it clearly states it right.
Her spooniness says, how is my name on the stream, boss? Did you become the stream boss yesterday? Because I don't update it every stream. If you were like the stream boss yesterday, You still are today if it hasn't been knocked down yet.
Hold on to that.
I took the keys out of the ignition as well. They're on the front.
Okay, no
So
problem.
you're in no immediate danger
Okay, no.
whatsoever.
No weapons in the vehicle? Because I'm concerned about weapons.
You are in no immediate danger.
Okay,
I have no
I appreciate
weapons.
that.
Other than that, I refuse to answer any questions without having proper counsel present.
All right, I appreciate that. Where are you coming from, Bus?
I refuse to answer any questions without having proper counsel present. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Supervisor's on her way.
Thank you. That's what you're supposed to say to me next. Nothing else.
You resubbed today? Yeah, if that sub, because the subs, even if you're just resubbing it, I think it takes it out of the stream boss, so you probably just happen to be the one to do the final however many hit points. I think a sub does 300 hit points or something to the stream boss, so you were probably just that. And thank you for re-upping your subscription, by the way. I appreciate that. Helps keep the show running. I really, really appreciate it to everyone who subscribes.
Well, there's no law saying that you have to have a registered
Or even just
vehicle
follows.
when you're traveling. You can travel
Because I like having people here. You're supporting the stream just by viewing it, even if you don't actively, you know, give bits or whatever.
Did you take like college courses that brief you on that, or where did you learn that from?
All you have to do is read. It's in your Constitution.
Okay.
The Constitution states it.
from you.
That's why I could give you. I could let you read this paper, and it has uniform commercial codes in it because driving is a commercial activity.
No, it's not. It is not. Nope.
And I'm simply traveling, which is not driving whatsoever.
God damn it, these people. Why? Let me see if I can find a succinct article as to why sovereign citizens believe that driving is not traveling, or traveling is not driving. Why do sovereign citizens say they are traveling? There we go. On the road, sovereign thought is expressed as the right to travel. In this, acolytes believe that people don't need driver's licenses, license plates, vehicles, registrations, or insurance to traverse the country's highways. To reach this conclusion, sovereigns often draw a distinction between being able to drive, which they say is the privilege of using a vehicle to conduct commercial activity, and being able to travel, which they assert is a right inherent in the Constitution. The website freedomfromthegovernment.org offers a sovereign-friendly explanation of the asserted right to travel that runs some 30,000 words long, including citations. Multiple attempts to contact Trent Goodbody, a writer who apparently runs the site, were unsuccessful. But the online store linked to the site sells a set of replacement license plate tags proclaiming that the vehicle is private, traveling without commercial purpose, and not subject to insurance or licensing requirements. They cost CD $39.95. No one in the office has volunteered to mount them to their vehicle. No kidding. Where these alleged binding definitions come from is a varied and often perplexing matter, writes Caesar Kalowinski IV, a Seattle attorney who recently confronted sovereign legal claims in Montana Law Review. Quote, sovereign citizens often cite the U.S. Constitution, the Uniform Commercial Code, the Magna Carta, the Articles of Confederation, and numerous other quasi-legal documents to support their assertions. Although authoritative sounding, the true basis for a citizen's constitutional rights is found in the Constitution itself. The U.S. Supreme Court is the only legal body that can interpret and give legal effect to the Constitution. Accordingly, sovereign citizens' citation to and reliance on dictionaries, state court opinions, specific capitalization, or state records are misplaced and unavailing. Seems' reprimand of Deputy Canfield is a good example of this, though he seems well informed. His interpretation of the law is misguided. After the video went live, Grant County Sheriff Tom Jones took to Facebook to explain that even if the cruiser was in violation of the state law cited by Seam, there's no ticket to write or arrest to make. That particular law requires such violations to be handled by an agency head. It's administrative, nothing more. Let me see if I can find something more specific. Southern Poverty Law Center. This is just a Reddit thing on the... There's apparently a sovereign citizen subreddit. I was out at the bars and this guy I know was explaining all this bullshit. He's a sovereign citizen. I wasn't paying attention because it seemed like he was just another person in these videos. What exactly are these people trying to prove with their traveling argument or person versus citizen argument? Do you know how fast you were driving? I wasn't driving, I was traveling, smugly assuming this would end the discussion like that ever happens. Okay, do you know how fast you were traveling? Funny. Eros Phoenix says basically their argument is that legally driving requires the transportation of cargo, and if so, you aren't transporting anything, you are not driving, you're traveling, and you don't need a license. Unfortunately, that's bullshit, and driving legally means exactly what you think it means. It's a way to try and argue that laws can't restrict their movement and don't apply to them. I wouldn't be surprised if they argue that the DMV is able to exercise this power over non-sovereign citizens because the thing being transported is their, quote, corporation, but I've never heard this argument explicitly used. I once argued with a sovereign citizen over this, and he pointed to the case titled Thompson versus Smith. Thompson v. Smith. Inside, it states that traveling by motor vehicles is a right and not a privilege, as it notes that whatever the modern mode of travel for the day, the citizen has a right to. It also says in the bottom line ruling, however, that cities and states may regulate it in the interest of public safety, which he basically ignored by saying that expired stickers don't constitute a reasonable purpose to strip someone of license, and then went on to be sarcastic about it. Thing is, stuff changes during these periods, like eyesight, health, criminal history, and so on of people, so yeah, the renewal process is reasonable. Arguing with them is pure pain, and I don't know why I bothered. Yeah, interesting. Thompson v. Smith. Date published 1930. Automobiles permits, perpetual permit, revocation, cities' rights to regulate use of street as continuing power, an ordinance providing for the granting of permits to automobiles drivers provided that the permit should be perpetual unless revoked as provided in this chapter. No provision was made in the chapter for revocation of the permits, therefore it was contended that the city could not thereafter, by amendment of the ordinance, provide for revocation of the permits, but the power of a city to control and regulate the use of its streets is a continuing power to be exercised as often and whenever the city may think proper. Therefore, there is no merit to this contention. So basically, even though theoretically you could say that the right to travel is a right, the states reserve the right, and counties within those states reserve the right to pass any traffic laws, including licensing, as needed for public safety. Interesting.
Two different distinctions by Supreme Court themselves.
Okay.
So that's what I'm asking. Would you like to read it?
Later on. Let's get the supervisor here.
Okay.
That way we could all just have one big learning communication.
Okay.
All right.
No problem.
I don't mind you recording this at all as well.
We're out in the public. You can't stop me from recording.
Okay.
Anything that's out in the public has no expectations of privacy.
Okay.
Supreme Court has ruled on that as well.
Okay, cool. I like your shirt too.
Thank you very much.
I look at the cops like, I like your shirt. Yeah? It's a cool shirt. God, I wish his head would get in the way of that light. It's giving me a headache. Ugh.
And over.
For your comfort, you're more than welcome to turn on your vehicle and have the AC going.
I've seen too many people get shot and killed because the officers believe that they're about to get ran over. That's why I told you I took my keys out. The keys are on the dash.
That's where I draw the line, all right?
I have a wife and kids.
I don't think it's unreasonable to mention to the cop that you're concerned you're going to get shot, because that does happen quite often. Cops like, that's where I draw the line, pointing out that cops murder people all the time. What? Fuck you.
And I'm not. No.
So that's why I'm giving you the opportunity.
No,
to
thank you.
turn on your AC.
I appreciate the opportunity, but no, thank you. No, thank you.
I gotta switch the video because that light is bugging the crap out of me. It is hurting my optic nerve.
Absolutely. Okay. You're being stopped for traffic violations. There isn't one, but you're being stopped for traffic violation. There does not. Do not move. 7. We continue the driveway of 334 North 7. Driver's not cooperating.
So what does this person do? What'd I do?
Okay. You committed traffic violations. Fail to maintain lane and white light to the rear. Okay. This is a traffic stop. Okay, for traffic violations, okay, you have to provide your driver's license, registration, and proof of insurance.
I'm not driving.
Yes, you were.
No, I'm not.
Traveling?
Yes, I am.
Okay, we don't do that, okay?
Yes, we do.
Fail to carry and present.
Do you even know your rights?
Absolutely. You're being
What are they?
you're being recorded.
I don't care.
Okay. So stand right there.
I'm being recorded.
Okay. Do you have a driver's license, registration, and proof of insurance?
I sure don't.
Okay. Well, you're required to present. Do not walk off. Stop. 707 code 3. Stop!
Foolish!
No, you're not doing this.
Do not move.
You're not doing this.
not move.
You're not.
Do not move.
Stop it.
Do not move.
Stop it, dude. I done nothing wrong. And you know it.
707 fighting with 1. Do not move.
No, I'm not fighting, dude. You
Face.
get the fuck away from me.
No matter what your situation is, even if you're completely innocent of a crime and the police are arresting you, running away from the cops is a crime in and of itself. You're not gonna make your situation better by running from the cops, even if you were in the right, which this guy was not in the first place. If you are being arrested by the police and you think it's wrong, deal with it by getting a lawyer. Even if it's a public defender, you still need to do what the police say, because running from them and not complying with them is a crime in and of itself. It's not great, but it is what it is.
I'm a traveler. No, you're not doing it. Get on the ground. Fuck you.
Get on the ground.
Screw you.
Get on the fucking ground.
You're beating you motherfucker.
Get on the ground. Stop
Fuck
resisting.
off.
Stop resisting.
Fuck off. I am resisting you. Stop. What are my rights?
Resisting.
What are your rights?
Stop resisting.
Why do you want to do this? Take a... Dude, you let me see... Ow, 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 ow,
Do not move.
That's a taser.
707 taser deployment. Do not move. Hands up. Hands up.
I'd imagine it's pretty hard to not move while you're being zapped by a taser. I've never been tased, so I can't say, but I'd imagine it's probably near impossible to not move while you're being tased. Even if it doesn't literally stimulate your muscles to make you move, like, you're still in a lot of pain, so...
Do not move! Do not move! Do not move! Hands out! Do it now! Red front patrol car, get your hands out now!
Ah, so many bright lights.
707, we're 1015.
ow. I'm hurt. Oh my god.
707, we need a medic for a taser deployment.
Oh yeah. Oh, can I get up? Are you gonna do anything to me?
Nope, I want you to scooch over this
I
way
think we're
towards
good.
me.
I haven't cleared the car though. Let me clear the car.
Have to stand up. Come on.
I'm gonna clear the car real quick.
Bad call, dude. Bad call.
This is so illegal.
Spring Courts.
11 minutes.
How's it going, sir?
registration proof insurance?
Travel upon the road.
You don't have to have a license to travel on the road.
Nah.
How's it going, man? So did he talk to you about your plate, your temporary plate?
I don't need a plate.
Oh, you don't need a temporary?
That's all I'm handing y'all. Other than that, I don't answer any questions.
I can't hear you.
I don't answer any questions.
Oh, okay.
Enough to explain if you want.
Yeah. I've never seen one, man. It was the first one I've seen.
See, by legal definition, driver is defined.
God. So he's going to cite Black's Law Dictionary. Let me see if I can find the specific entry from Black's Law Dictionary. Black's Law Dictionary. Driver. Black's third, one employed commerce in conducting or operating a coach, carriage, wagon, or other vehicle with horses, mules, or other animals, or bicycle. Here we go. Okay, great. Right to travel, transportation code, duplicate. Black driver, Black's fourth. One employed in conducting or operating a coach, carriage, wagon, or other vehicle with horses, mules, and other animals, or a bicycle, tricycle, or motor car, though not a street railroad car. A person actually doing driving, whether employed by owner to drive or driving his own vehicle. Driver Black sixth says a person actually doing driving, whether employed by owner to drive or driving in his own vehicle. So it looks like in 4th edition, it just says one employed in conducting or operating a coach. I think they use this word employed to believe that that means literally like employed in the modern parlance, when what they mean is one who is driving. Employed doesn't literally mean you are employed by someone to do so. Employed means you are taking part in something. Even so, in the later editions, it clearly says, you know, it clearly says one employed in conducting a coach, carriage, wagon, or other vehicle with horses, mules, or other animals, or bicycle, tricycle. This is from 1902, though. Are they literally citing a law from 1902? Not even a law dictionary from 1902. Oh, boy. This is on the Am I Being Detained subreddit. They say, I am fascinated by the make-believe world that sovereign citizens live in, so I decided to check out the most highly revered source of information. The online version of Black's defines driver as, quote, one employed in conducting coach, carriage, wagon, or other vehicle with horses, mules, or other animals, a bicycle, tricycle, or motor car, though not a street railroad car. Perhaps the term employed is causing confusion, since the sovereign citizens claim they aren't driving if they aren't doing so in a commercial capacity. So once again, according to Black's, employed means this signifies both the act of doing a thing and the being under contractor orders to do it. If you aren't under contractor orders to do it, you can still be employed by simply doing a thing. I couldn't find a Black's definition of conducting, but a Google search shows many definitions, including be in control of. To summarize, driving means conducting a coach, carriage, wagon, or other vehicle or motor car. Whether or not you are in a commercial capacity is irrelevant. If you are operating a car in control of, you are driving and thus need a driver's license. Simple enough. So it seems like the word employed is tripping them up, which is kind of weird because it's not that difficult to understand what's being said there.
As one
Oh, how many
employed,
copies of this you got?
I've probably got. This is my motion to dismiss in case you ever take me into a courtroom.
How long am I going to stream? I don't know. Maybe another 20 minutes, half an hour. I have no idea.
Notice to all law enforcement officers and commanding officers.
Void Harpy says it's a law dictionary. It's meant to describe, and they're interpreting it as prescriptive. Let's be real. None of these people know the difference between descriptive and prescriptive, so let's not confuse them with words they don't understand. Yeah, he
By
put the
legal
paper...
definition, driver is defined as one employed in operating the vehicle.
Oh no! He's literally quoting it. Employed means, like, you're doing the thing. You're employed in operating the vehicle. You are involved in operating it. You are doing it. You are actively taking part in the operation of the vehicle. Employed does not mean you have been hired for a job. We can even look at, like, fucking Merriam-Webster for this shit. Employed definition. I imagine the first one, because in the modern parlance, employed typically means, again, this first, which is having a paid job. But you also have definition number 2, to make use of. So, if you are employed in using a vehicle, you are making use of using... Jesus Christ, these people. Hold on, let me go to the actual dictionary.com. To hire or engage the services of a person, provide employment for, so this is the definition that sovereign citizens believe is being cited in this 1902 version of Black's Law Dictionary. To keep busy or at work, engage the attention of. He employs himself by reading after work. So he's not being paid to read, but he is nonetheless, he employs himself by reading after work. Because he is keeping busy, he's doing the thing. To make use of, an instrument, use, apply. To employ a hammer, to drive a nail. So you can be employed in driving a car. Okay. I'm surprised this hasn't been explained to these people.
I'm just traveling from point A to point B on public roads in my private property.
Okay. Got you. Is that definition somewhere in here?
I am embiggened by my knowledge. The founder of Springfield said that. Knowledge embiggens the smallest man.
It's all right there.
Somewhere in
Jebediah
on
Springfield.
the right to travel document.
Have you ever seen this thing?
This one explains the no license plate.
That's right, capitalistic propaganda.
This explains the license.
Thank you,
But you did have a temporary tag?
After I
Maria
bought the
Salazar 868. Thank you for
there's no
following.
need to have it on.
So only after you bought it, and then after that you
Well,
got
even after I bought it, I took it off. It's still right back here in the back seat.
Oh, okay.
To my understanding, the Supreme Court's already ruled that it's legal to travel on public highways in your private property.
No, they have not. They have ruled that, and again, we read this decision a little bit earlier. They've ruled that it can theoretically be a right to do so, but, and this is the but that matters here, but states and areas within states can create laws requiring licensing to operate vehicles. So the federal government has no official law that's like, you need a driver's license. However, state governments, all of them in the United States, do require a license to operate a vehicle on public roads. So, the Supreme Court has said, You need to follow those laws if you'd like to operate a vehicle publicly in those states.
Okay, and you said what was that? What was it? I didn't catch the first part.
The Supreme Court's already ruled in all of this.
Okay. I've never seen this, man. I mean,
It's a whole civil rights movement and civil rights upcoming.
Don't co-opt the term civil rights movement for your bullshit that you think you don't need to have a driver's license.
Defined as. Yeah, it just makes it. So they said that you had a temporary tag, and then now that it's, you're not showing it, and the temp tag was in your name, right?
I bought the car.
Okay. Yeah, so the temp tag was in your name, showing that you were in somewhat complying with, that, but now you're not showing it. The temp tag expired on the 21st. I'm not too sure, man. Now this, it says, I understand travel, the right to travel freely in this is a constitutional right.
That's a Supreme Court ruling from Thompson versus Smith.
Yeah, so I'm seeing that. But as far as I'm concerned, travel, if you're out and about or you're on a horse or I don't know, but with a vehicle, that's the whole point.
It's unconstitutional to have a right turned into a privilege.
No, it's not. They literally said states and counties can. That was, it was, what was it? Smith v. Thompson. From 1930. I want to see if there's like a Cliff's Notes. There we go. We got some summaries. In Thompson v. Smith, and then, all the location info for where it's found in the records. The court discussed the rights of a police chief to revoke driver's licenses under a provision of the city ordinance which stated, the chief of police is authorized and directed to revoke, subject to right of appeal, the permit of any driver who, in his opinion, becomes unfit to drive an automobile in the streets of the city. We got some more, so let's read all these. Under review was ordinance of the city's Lynchburg. That ordinance declared that it should be unlawful for any person other than a transient to operate a motor vehicle upon the city streets until he had secured a permit from the chief of police, and those duty it was to carefully examine the application as to his qualifications.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Thank you, Munsri, for 100 bits. I'm looking for the actual... An ordinance providing for the granting of permits to automobile drivers, provided that the permit should be perpetual unless revoked as provided in this chapter. No provision was made in the chapter for revocation of the permits, therefore it was conducted that the city could not, therefore, by amendment of the ordinance, provide for revocation of the permits, but the power of a city to control and regulate the use of its streets is a continuing power to be exercised as often and whichever the city may think proper, therefore is no merit in this contention. So basically they were saying specifically because this law referred to a subsection which was not complete at the time, and therefore they had no proper right to take away a license in this specific case. They very clearly say, however, the power of a city to control and regulate the use of its streets is a continuing power to be exercised as often and whenever the city may think it proper. And that applies to states as well. So there you go. I don't know why these people, again, I'm not someone who reads legal briefings. I don't read legal decisions very often unless it's like a big Supreme Court case. I'm not great at it. But it takes 5 seconds to look this shit up and actually read what it means.
To have a right turned into a privilege.
Oh, okay.
You can't turn a right into a privilege.
Now I can understand if I say it's your privilege to travel from here to Kerrville, but if I said, now if you're going to use an automobile that puts other people in danger, which it does, I'm not saying that your actions right now put people in danger, but by driving a motor vehicle on the public roadway
is a constitutional right.
Okay. See,
no, it's not. The Constitution does not give you a right to drive your vehicle.
That's where I'm losing you. I've never heard that. Now, traveling, by all means, but operating motor vehicle on a public roadway, I've never heard of that being, you know what I mean? So you understand what I'm saying, right?
I understand everyone's point of view, but it can't trump my rights.
You don't have a right to drive a car. You don't. You don't. Not in the United States. I don't know if there's any country in the world where that is the case, but most developed countries require licensing to drive a vehicle on public roads.
Hello, sir. I'm Sergeant Isabel with the police department.
I used to be really good friends with Mark Mason.
Oh, really? Cool.
Yeah.
Oh god, is he like name dropping some fucking cop to try and get out of his... I hate that shit. Fuck you. Nothing bothers me more than people trying to use like nepotism or their friendships with people to get out of tickets. No. Rule of law, bitch.
I just worked for Lieutenant Mason for years.
I was really good friends with him. Cooked his food every day at Felix's.
Oh, really? Cool. Yeah, he retired not too long.
He was a good guy. He is a good guy.
So I understand that you're saying that you don't have a... is he calling me? That's fine. So anyways, what my understanding is that you're saying that you don't have to have a license plate on your vehicle, or you're not going to put one on your vehicle, or?
Nope.
Okay, is that the plate in the back?
That's the temporary one the dealer gave me, but I don't need it.
Okay, and you're saying you don't need one for what reason, sir?
It's all right there in the papers.
No.
What exactly is that?
It's a constitutional right to travel.
Okay.
Thompson versus Smith says that it's the right of the people to travel freely on highways unrestricted in their private property on public roads.
Okay, so you were on a
and it's in
public
life,
road?
liberty, and pursuit of happiness that I have this right to do.
Do you need a driver's license to legally operate a car on public roads? This is a Snopes article. The U.S. Supreme Court has ruled that motorists need not have a license to drive vehicles on public roads. False. For years now, impressive-looking texts and documents have been circulating online under titles such as U.S. Supreme Court says no license necessary to drive automobiles on public highways/streets, implying that some recent judicial decision has struck down by requirement that motorists possess state-issued driver's licenses in order to legally operate vehicles on public roads. One example of this claim opens with an out-of-context quote before launching into a potpourri of case excerpts from the Supreme Court and lower courts. Quote, "The right of a citizen to travel upon the public highway and transport his property thereon by horse-drawn carriage, wagon, or automobile is not a mere privilege which may be permitted or prohibited at will, but a common right which he has under the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Under this constitutional guarantee, one may therefore, under normal conditions, travel at his inclination along the public highways or in public places, and while conducting himself in an orderly and decent manner, neither interfering nor disturbing another's rights, he will be protected not only in his person, but in his safe conduct." However, a full reading of the referenced case, Thompson versus Smith, Supreme Court 1930, available via Google Scholar, presents that inaugural quote in an entirely different context. The right of a citizen to travel upon the public highways and to transport his property thereon in ordinary course of life and business is a common right which he has under his right to enjoy life and liberty, to acquire and possess property and to pursue happiness and safety. It includes the right in doing so to use the ordinary and usual conveyances of the day, and under the existing modes of travel include the right to drive a horse-drawn carriage or wagon thereon, or to operate an automobile thereon. For the unusual and ordinary purposes of life and business, it's not a mere privilege like the privilege of moving a house in the street, operating a business stand in the street, or transporting persons or property for hire along the street, which a city may permit or prohibit at will. The exercise of such a common right in the city may, under its police power, regulate in the interest of public safety and welfare, but it may not arbitrarily or unreasonably prohibit or restrict it, nor may it permit one to exercise it and refuse to permit another of like qualifications under like conditions and circumstances to exercise it. So basically, you can't arbitrarily say, Bob, I'm going to remove your driver's license because you don't like Bob. You have to have standards that apply to everyone equally. But it allows for the licensing of people to operate vehicles on public roads. The regulation of the exercise of the right to drive a private automobile on the streets of the city may be accomplished in part by the city by granting, refusing, and revoking under rules of general application permits to drive an automobile on its streets. But such permits may not be arbitrarily refused or revoked or permitted to held by some and refused to others of like qualifications under like circumstances and conditions. In other words, the court held that although the use of public roads is a right which citizens enjoy, local authorities may nonetheless regulate such use, including imposing a requirement that motor vehicle operators obtain licenses, so long as such regulations are reasonable, not arbitrary, and apply equally to everyone. Another bit of context, elided? Looks like eluded, but it's not. Elided from the example article is... let me look that up. Elided. I'm going to learn a new word today, apparently. Is it basically like omitted when speaking? Elided. Elided. Good to know. From the example article is the fact that in the reference decision was handed down by the Supreme Court of Virginia in 1930. Oh, it wasn't even the Supreme Court. It was the Virginia Supreme Court. So this ruling only applies to Virginia anyway. Jesus, these fucking people. Oh... Several of the 48 states did not yet require motorists to possess driver's licenses to operate motor vehicles on public roads. Moreover, fewer than 1 in 5 Americans owned a car in the 30s, a demographic that saw a little upswing until after the end of World War II. Therefore, regulatory issues stemming from broader vehicle ownership and more modern vehicular operating conditions were still decades in the future in the time the ruling was issued. No recent Supreme Court ruling has in any way challenge the legality of a requirement for driver's licenses. Driver's licenses are issued state by state with varying requirements, not at the federal level or according to federal requirements, and driving without a license is indeed illegal in all 50 states. Good article. Thanks, Snopes. Good as always. Snopes is a great reference for shit like this, in case anyone's curious. If you ever need to fact check something, especially like an urban legend or whatever, Snopes is great. After this video, I'm probably going to call it a night, by the way. Once again, I will post this. Here's the YouTube channel where I archive everything. I clip stuff out for ease of use. After I'm done streaming here, I'll take this and clip out the different bits. And you can check out my playlists on the YouTube channel that include, of course, Sovereign Citizen stuff. Include Flat Earth stuff and conspiracy things, and the Chud stuff that I do for Chud Watch. So, check it out if you haven't already.
And you were on a public roadway when he stopped you? On what, that book, or were you on? So you're saying that you don't have to have a license plate to travel on the
That's all
roadway?
commercial.
Sure.
It's all commercial purpose.
Okay.
The DMV, the transportation code, that's all actually for commercial purpose only. I don't operate in commercial capacity, hence the whole privately owned and not for hire.
Okay. And you just have the license plate? Yeah, license plate. Okay, are you going to identify yourself? Do you have a driver's license or anything like that?
I do not have to identify.
You do. You legally have to. Yeah, I'll raid the surfs when we're done.
What we're doing in this
I
case,
understand.
You know, I know your position. I totally respect that. I just have to explain to you what we're going to do in this case. Is this officer needs to identify you for this. I'm not even saying you'll get a citation.
If he wants to cite the VIN number,
Right,
I'll
we
gladly
can't
show
do
up in
that.
court in paper.
And I know you don't agree with it, but it's going to be you without the license plate on your vehicle while you're traveling the roadway. So while you're driving, so that's why he stopped you. At that point, then what we'll do is, with the Class C misdemeanor as such, if you were to receive a citation or not, which is the ticket, you would be signing there because he's witnessing you the violation now. Instead of taking you before a judge, it'd be a promise to appear on that date to discuss that violation. Now I understand you don't agree with it, but I'm just explaining you. How
I'm
it
being
works,
very
so.
cordial here. Being stopped and not free to go about my way is against my constitutional rights and its
Right,
own
yes,
right.
sir. No, I understand, and that's why I'm explaining
Someone
to you.
sent
that
me
if
whatever
we're not
this
gonna
is.
Identify them, we have to use whatever force necessary to get you out of the vehicle, which I don't want to do that.
That would be illegal, and it is on camera.
J.K. Rowling's handprint and name have been red painted over.
Show force.
Yeah, we're all
Funny.
reporting as well, but I totally respect your position. Like I said,
Look, under threat of violence, I will identify.
Okay, and we will duly note all that, sir. Like I said, I respect your stance on that, but
That cop's being very chill about this. I'll post one more time. There's the YouTube channel. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't already. You can follow me on Twitter at Hannah Reloaded. You can find me on YouTube if you don't want to click the link. If you want to just find it later, again, Hannah Reloaded on YouTube. Of course, Hannah and Jake on YouTube for stuff that Jake and I do together. Raid the Surfs TV. So thank you, everyone. I hope you have a wonderful night. I'll be back tomorrow for probably just Chud Watch. We'll be doing Chud Watch tomorrow, so we'll be looking at, you know, all the good Chud stuff that's out. So have a good evening, everyone. Remember, chat is valid. I love you all. Good night.